grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics mainly, plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, everyone. How we all doing, folks? Hello, Jenny. Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Eli Emperor. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Vox Boxman. Hello, Latzia. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Dabfix. Hello, Spherical Man. Spherical Man does whatever a Spherical Man can. Hello, Cries in Otaku. Also, thank you, Latzia. Hello, Blueberry Bumblebees. Hello, Big Jerry. Hello, T-Lave. Hello, Crochet Whimsy. Hello, Firecrafted Gaming. Hello, The Vegan Rancor. Hello, how we doing, folks? Hello, Dreaming of Kadath. Hello, DTHX. Hello, Sage. Hello, A Morning. Hello, Dr. Sahiba. Hello, Anderson Norup. Hello, sorry, Anders Norup, not Anderson. God. Hello, Selena Mary. Hello, folks. How we doing? Hello, Annalisa Zura. Hello. You can call me Jess. Hello, Maliki. Hello, Penny Auntie. Where you been? Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Hello, Amber Rose Railways. Hello, Sparrow in the Snow. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Liliana Young. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Snogan. Hello, everybody. Hi, what's up? How we all doing? Oof. Hello, Kim Jong Samantha. Hello, Sweet Blasphemy. I know, people are like, whoa, you're so early. And I'm not that early. It's 10 o'clock. I should be starting like 2 hours ago. Frustrated with my time constraints. I may actually be able to see a segment. Hell yeah. Also, hello. Yeah, technically I am late. It's true. Hello, Jason Kelly. Now, folks, remember to hit that like button, subscribe, follow, do the things that help the stream to grow. Consider supporting the show, etc., etc., etc. Hello, Babble Bap. Hello, Screech. Hello. Well, Cries in Otaku. Thank you for the $5 super chat.
Was questioning if I was a real trans girl. Then I put on my girl clothes and felt like I was seeing myself for the first time, lol.
Yeah, it is one of those things where, like, I feel like a lot of us question ourselves and then we immediately answer our questions. Hello, Ransom Ballard. Hello, hello, hello. Also, folks, we are getting so close to the halfway mark. And I'm wondering if, to our goal here, I'm wondering if, we need an additional incentive. If you started at your intended time, it would be 10 for me and I wouldn't end up passing out during stream. That's where you're wrong, T-Leif. I would still go just as late. If anything, I'm shortening my stream by starting so late. The real you is the best you. That's an excellent thing to say, the vegan Rancor. I still sometimes look down at my boobs and I'm like, ha! That's awesome. Exactly, Spherical Man. I'm neither early nor late. God. You know, I will say... Okay. Cards on the table. I have a thing I am really excited to cover, but due to previously stated principles, I do want to use it as a dono incentive, but I also really, really want to do it tonight. So I'm at a bit of a loss here. I think if we hit 300 subs tonight, okay, guys? If we hit 300 on this number, we're already most of the way here. I will dive in to something I'm very much looking forward to. I did do a little bit of pre-watching, but Tim Pool had What If Alt Hissed onto his show, and it is exactly as fucking lunatic as that sounds. Imagine a panel of the dumbest guys in the universe sitting across from someone who is, I don't align with her 100%. I would describe her as a extraordinarily liberal lib. But it is genuinely some of the most mind-shattering rot I have ever seen in my life, and I do think it'd be really fun to get to. So at 300 subs, we will do that. Okay. We do have a few things we got to cover first, but I'm real excited about it. Dono goal gonna get hit so fast. Hello, yo mama's fave. Just found your stream a couple days ago. Loving it. Hell yeah. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Was just watching PBS. They were doing a biography of a woman named Mildred Fish. She was a woman who was part of the Wisconsin Nazi resistance. She was actually the only woman who Hitler ordered to be killed. Oh, interesting. Very cool. Not the ordering to be killed part, but you're a great anti-fascist super soldier when Hitler himself orders your execution. Did you hear about the death of Buffy the Vampire Slayer actor? I mean, I didn't hear details. I had heard he passed. It was sad stuff. At 350 subs, Jack bullies chat for 30 minutes. We could do that too. It's not outside the range of possibility. Worse than Alex Jones talking about embracing Joe Rogan's vagina. It's not that level of wild, but it's fucking close. Holy shit, Paladin! Paladin lost!
We're
oh
getting
my
this
god!
Content, chat. Bring it. Do you want a tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
Holy shit! Paladin dropping 37 tier 1 subs to get us within striking distance of that goal. Holy shit. Alright, well, we better jump into content before things take off a little bit more. My god, we do have some stuff to talk about today. To start things out, because I know things have been a little bleak lately, I wanted to show you guys this video, which is of the unveiling of a statue in, I believe, Kazakhstan, commemorating a heroic rescue. And I think you just need to see it for yourself. It's beautiful.
Давайте, давайте. Ну, молодцы. Чуть-чуть еще.
Yeah, they saved the dog by forming a human chain. They saved the dog from being, like, whisked away by floodwaters by forming a human chain with one another, and it worked beautifully, and they saved the dog, and now there's a statue at that very spot to commemorate it. Incredible, incredible stuff. Humans are so cool. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that awesome? You know how dangerous that is? Yeah, that's why they got a fucking statue about it. What a time to come in? Hell yeah. Don't make me emotional, Jack. It's too early for that. I just want you guys to remember, we talk a lot about awful shit. And I know that it is really easy to slip into the mindset that human beings are garbage and trash, and, like, the human race is doomed, and that people are just totally doomed and awful, and, you know, give up on everything, right? But it's worth remembering that people are fucking cool. Most of the time, if you give people the opportunity to be cool as shit, they will take that opportunity and run with it. And it's really, really wonderful. And that dog that was rescued, jazz dog in chat. True story. That dog went on to become a jazz artist. It's true. Look it up. What is your descent? Amnesia. Dark. I don't know if anyone got that reference. I don't know. Lots of humans are cool people who do cool things. We all need to stick around long enough to see it all happen. True. True. And then everyone clapped. It's true, yeah. God. Alright. It was a good reference. Hell yeah, Rustbard. Thank you.
Believing humans are useless is what Sam Altman wants you to believe.
Genuinely, yeah. Genuinely. It's okay to feel your feelings, but never give up. Never, ever give up. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Also, you guys passed the halfway mark here, so I can tell you what the overall dono goal is. And that is, we are going to be taking a deep dive into one Dr. Zhang, I believe, is the title.
Who do I usually
is the man in particular. We're going to be taking a look at Professor Zhang, who runs a YouTube channel called Predictive History, which he has an entire lecture on secret history, and I, for one, cannot wait. Cannot wait, because this guy has over 2 million subscribers and is for some reason getting brought everywhere, and he's fucking crazy. Like one of the craziest guys. And I think kind of dangerous. I think kind of dangerous. This guy is well, how do I put this? He knows enough about some parts of history to get certain types of people nodding along and being like, ah, yes, this makes sense. And then we'll sneak in just the absolute most bullshit, insane, wild shit. Like, for example, Roman history is made up. And he's using Tucker Carlson's technique. Well, that's very interesting that you bring that up. We might be touching on that for our Tucker Carlson segment today. Anyway, we'll be diving into that. But what about the Nephilim, Jack? We need answers about angel fucking? I don't know. You guys all watched Game of Thrones and saw the mountain. And Nephilim confirmed. I'm gonna have fun with it. Roman history is made up. You know, just buckle in. Buckle in for some shit. I think it should tell you everything that you need to know, that the description of his YouTube channel is that he doesn't practice history, he practices psychohistory. And, and that he's basically invented a new field of understanding, wherein if you just understand the basic principles of the past, you can then predict all future events. It's very I'm looking at this channel and I'm licking my lips. This is gonna be fucking silly as fuck. So bullshit? Oh yes, he is a bullshit artist. Exactly. There are AI videos of the guy in his lectures that are AI because I watched and they were right. Some of the videos are AI. That's so funny.
Psychohistory. When you have to swap your library stack to port 2 to actually get through the material.
I understood that reference. Thank you, Sake Tanuki. All right, folks. Let's before we get too in the weeds, we need to talk about the important parts of what's happening right now. So obviously, we need to talk here. So, folks, we need to jump into the show today because I have something very important to tell all of you, which is that, as many of you may know, the real power broker here in the United States is, of course, the First Lady. Because, of course, you know, the First Lady is the first among all ladies, obviously. Many people don't know this, but the First Lady actually controls all women in a given country. And you might not know this, but she's out there signing executive orders. Let's actually take a look here with her senior advisor, whose name is Mark Beckman, who appeared on Fox News just a while ago.
Really focused on America and American children. So you'll see her next month, I think, talking a little bit more about new legislation surrounding foster care and fostering the future. Remember, she signed with our president an executive order not too long ago, and now she's focused on locking that in permanently through new legislation with Congress.
Okay, great to see you, Mark. Thank you so much for coming.
Now, of course, the First Lady has a lot on her plate right now. She's signing executive orders, she's pushing new legislation through Congress, as you know, First Ladies do and have the authority to do, of course. But perhaps most importantly of all, she's out there pushing for the future of all education in the United States, which of course is the obvious solution. You might be thinking more funding for schools? Maybe, I don't know, more programs, like a federally funded program for after school to ensure that kids have safe areas to learn and grow in after the school hours are officially done. And, maybe something like that. Well, actually, Melania Trump, First Lady of all ladies, has something even better in store for American education. Only the best, of course, which is obviously the first thing that comes to your mind. Making a humanoid robot with the mind of Plato to replace teachers in schools. Oh God. Oh God. Oh, oh God. At an event titled Melania Trump's Fostering Future the Future Together Global Coalition Summit at the White House. On Wednesday, the First Lady was seen entering the room. Wow, Jesus Christ. Ads on this website are insane. With an android similar to Elon Musk's Optimus robot, she spoke at the summit about how the device could be used to replace traditional teachers. The future of AI is personified, she explained. It will be formed in the shape of humans. Very soon, artificial intelligence will move from our mobile phones to humanoids that deliver utility. Since our environment is designed for people, humanoid systems are uniquely suited to navigate and operate within our world. They fit well. Imagine a humanoid educator named Plato. Access to the classical studies is now instantaneous. Literature, science, art, philosophy, mathematics, and history. History, humanity's entire corpus of information, is available in the comfort of your home. Trump insisted that Plato would provide a personalized experience adaptive to the needs of each student. The idea that these tottering robot bullshit contraptions are going to replace teachers and are going to just have Plato's mind baffles me on so many different levels. Diogenes bought 9,000. I like that. I'm like, this is so stupid. It really, really is. It really is. But if I want to really hammer home here.
The Melania Trump Center for Kids Who Can't Read Good, and who want to learn to do other stuff good too.
God, it's so stupid.
No God, no, 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 no.
Oh, I didn't read out the long no. That's sad. This is legitimately a thing that would be a gag on The Simpsons. Honest to God, if they were actually able to upload Plato's consciousness into a robot, just one-to-one, you guys all realize, Plato bot would just instantly kill itself, right? The philosopher known for virtue ethics and the idea that things should be beautiful and true would not then be arguing, hey, I, a facsimile, am basically as good as Plato. It would just kill itself. It would be Bender from Futurama trying to get into the suicide booth. He'd be like, what the fuck is a computer? Oh God. I just Also, have any of these people who are proposing robots replace teachers, have they ever met children? Have they ever met, like, a single human child before? And I know Melania Trump has children, but I reiterate my question. Have any of these people met children before? Because if you thought, like, the general public was mean to, like, robots and drones, etc., just going about in the world, do you think children are going to be, like, nicer? The children are gonna be like, make me, bitch. Like, this thing is gonna get sassed to death by 5-year-olds within a day. Like, not only that, and that's not even touching some of the actual concerns, right? Like, we already know AI chatbots are convincing children to kill themselves, and you want to replace
Just went
teachers
to
with
my
that.
first Dem
That's
meeting today.
insane.
Collected signatures to put marriage equality and civil rights as amendments
Oh,
into the
hell
state
yeah.
constitution. Helped mail pamphlets to all Dem voters in the county.
Holographic Meatloaf, thank you for the $5 dono, and yes! That is exactly what local activation does in your local political space. Look at you go! Like, that's the kind of stuff that makes a real difference in your local area, and you're already doing it. First day. Thank you so much. Bold to assume these people are allowed around kids. That's true. That's true. This robot would be covered in piss by the end of the first hour. That is also true. The gears of these things would be mucked up with gum within a day. The animatrix is becoming real. I just, like, if you think that, like, AI chatbots can be driven, you know, into delusion by just interacting with people, children are going to drive this thing insane, even if Plato's mind doesn't itself
Got
make it
lots
go
of tips
insane.
at work today, so just spreading the love.
Jayla's World 30, thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate you. Thank you so goddamn much. It's all so stupid, but you know, at the very least, we can take some a measure of solace in the fact that Melania Trump doesn't actually have any institutional power within the United States. You know, she can obviously be a liaison through which Donald Trump launders fraud and different payments, etc. But, like, at the end of the day, we have a lot bigger problems, and honestly, I just wanted to talk about this story because it is so flawed in a myriad of different ways that I just wanted to point at it and laugh. And I hope you guys got a chuckle out of it too. So if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And folks, get organized like Holographic Meatloaf. Get organized. Join your local Democratic meetings. Join your local DSA. When you join up with like-minded local folks, you can change the face of politics in your town, your city, your state. And if enough of us do that, we can also change it on the national level too. We are not powerless in this system that seeks to exploit us, and we should be leveraging that power to empower workers everywhere. And we can do that by taking our first steps with our local Dems and kicking out those corporate Democrats who are selling us out constantly to their biggest donors. And also, join your DSA. Make it more effective. There's no reason we can't have an effective DSA in every part of this country. Okay? So, folks, if you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help organizing your DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing with your local Dems. We can get you started doing this. And if you don't want to join the Discord for whatever reason, you can join riverboat.gg. And in the on-screen chat here, you will often find one or both of them in the chat to help you out and get you started. So do consider taking those first steps. It is so important to not just know what the right thing to do is, it is important to start taking those steps to make that right thing the world we live in. And with that, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, etc. Check it out. It is elegant, non-tucking, sexy lingerie that fits. And check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. And I do want to say, heads up, there should be a sale on the last of the month. I don't know when this is going up, but if it is not the last of the month yet, March 31st, I believe, there's going to be a sale for Trans Day of Visibility. Trans Day of Visibility that will run through the 1st. It'll be going on Trans Day of Visibility as well as Trans Day of Vengeance. So do check that out, folks. And with that being said, let's keep on going. Whew. There you go. All right. Now, let's just hustle and talk about the big lie that ICE got caught in today. All right? You guys ready? There's a day of vengeance. Trans Day of Vengeance, it's a meme. It's a meme, guys. Like, a lot people like to talk about how, like, yes, the day after Trans Day of Visibility. Now it's time for Trans Day of Vengeance, you know? Did you see Sora went belly up? I did. We talked about it. Or is Trans Day of Vengeance the day after Trans Day of Remembrance? You know what? I think we deserve 2 days of vengeance. The attacks against us have escalated. We deserve 2 days. As a treat. On those days, you can bully cis people just one extra time. It's true. You get a pass. It's like Gay Wrath Month. Exactly. Trans Gear Rising, Trans Vengeance. Hell yeah. Nothing is safe from inflation. Yeah, especially breast implants. Nothing is safe. The titties are getting bigger. Okay. Sorry. Oh, God. But what about second vengeance? Indeed. Okay. All right, let's do this. Big story. So, folks, we got to talk about this huge admission that the Department of Justice made earlier today, okay? So, Brad Lander, of all people, is actually the person that I saw talking about this first. And he posted to Blue Sky earlier today, according to documents filed this morning by the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, ICE has been lying for a year, not only to the public, but to the courts and to prosecutors about being authorized to make arrests at 26 Federal Plaza and other immigration courts. This is genuinely a bombshell. All courthouse arrests should cease immediately. There should be a congressional investigation and civil rights actions for every illegal abduction of immigrants trying to follow the rules and appear in court. So a lot of people have noted for a long time that it seems like something that is really illegal would be ICE showing up outside of courts and arresting immigrants who are showing up for their court days. And it turns out that in this statement, the Department of Justice acknowledged, yeah. Dear Judge Castle, the office represents defendants, the government, in the above referenced Administrative Procedure Act case commenced by plaintiffs, African communities together, and the Door plaintiffs. We write respectfully and regrettably to correct the material mistaken statement of fact that the government made to the court and plaintiffs. Specifically, this morning, counsel from the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement informed the undersigned of the following. The memorandum entitled Civil Immigration Enforcement Actions in or Near Courthouses, dated May 27th, 2025, which the government relied on in presenting its arguments in this case, and referred to as the 2025 ICE guidance, does not and has never applied to civil immigration enforcement actions in or near Executive Office for Immigration Review, EOIR, immigration courts. Attached to this letter is an email memorandum dated March 19th, 2026, which the undersigned attorneys also received for the first time today, that was sent to ICE enforcement and removal operations personnel as a reminder that the May 27th, 2025 guidance does not apply to Executive Office for Immigration Review, immigration courts, regardless of their location. In light of the fact that the 2025 ICE guidance does not apply to immigration court arrests, the government withdraws those portions of its briefs and the statements made at the September 2nd, 2025 oral arguments that relied on the 2025 ICE guidance to correct the record before the court. The government recognizes that the court's September 12th, 2025 opinion and order and plaintiff's briefs, all of which relied on the government's prior representations regarding the applicability of the 2025 ICE guidance, will need to be reconsidered and rebriefed for the court to adjudicate plaintiffs' APA claims against ICE on the merits. We deeply regret that this error has come to light at this late stage after the parties have expended significant resources and time to litigate this case, and this court has carefully considered plaintiffs' challenge to the 2025 ICE guidance. This error, however, was not caused by a lack of diligence and care by the undersigned attorneys. The undersigned were specifically informed by ICE that the 2025 ICE guidance applied to the immigration court house arrests. In addition, we discussed with and obtained the approval of assigned ICE counsel before filing every brief in this case and making any oral representations to the court and plaintiffs. We also transmitted copies of the court's orders and transcript of the September 2nd, 2025 oral argument and plaintiffs' filings to ICE counsel throughout this litigation. Based on our discussions with ICE today, this regrettable error appears to have occurred because of agency attorney error. At 5 p.m. today, we informed plaintiffs' counsel during a Teams video conference of this factual error and the government's intention to immediately notify the court and withdraw portions of its filings and statements regarding the 2025 ICE guidance. Plaintiffs intend to file a response promptly on the docket after they've had the opportunity to review this letter. We deeply regret this error and thank the court for its consideration of this letter. Respectfully, J. Clayton, United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York. So, the reason this is very important is, number one, it catches ICE in a huge lie. And of course, we all know that ICE has been lying like the entire time. We know that, right? However, there's a difference between telling lies just generally or through spokespeople or through appearances on Fox News and telling it to a federal judge. And what this means is, especially what this letter means, is that there is going to now be some kind of chain of finger pointing. And it would not surprise me if, like, there's some kind of, like, additional personnel from ICE called in, attorneys, legal counsel, etc., pulled into this to figure out who exactly is responsible for misrepresenting this guidance. Because this isn't just like a whoopsie daisy, we got it wrong. This is very clearly, we made a representation to the court based on what someone at ICE was telling us. Who told you that? And not only who at ICE told you that, where up the chain of command does this go? Exactly. So, yeah, you've got people who have been like hounded by the federal government and its lawyers for, Judge Hannah Dugan, for example, who just escorted an immigrant who appeared in her courtroom legally to through a different door. She's getting prosecuted. Like, we've got hundreds, if not thousands, of people who have been snagged coming out of their green card hearings or their various immigration court dates. This is going to be, in legal terms, like an absolute shit show for ICE legal representatives. You know, like, this is going to be, I mean, any lawyer working for ICE right now is in deep shit. Yeah, we're all trying to find the guy who did this. Yeah, that judge was convicted. Maybe this is grounds for appeal. I don't know. Hey, Shiba404, I'm glad you came across my videos too. But we need to talk a little bit more about this because, it's a really big deal. This has groundbreaking precedent. Not groundbreaking precedent, that's not the right term. But, like, this has sweeping implications for, immigrants in particular who have been getting targeted at these legally mandated meetings with the court. And if this is kind of solidified here, as it should have been from the very beginning, heads are going to roll at ICE is legal, and also immigrants are going to be safe reporting to their legally mandated appearances in court. This is a good development, even if it is coming off the backs of just horrible, horrible abuses of power.
ICE has been lying for a year.
Man, my audio is so loud right now. I don't know why.
Not just to you and to me and to asylum seekers, but to courts and to prosecutors about being authorized to make arrests at 26 Federal Plaza and other immigration courts around the country.
Brad Lander, in particular, was arrested trying to protect immigrants who were appearing in immigration court for their legally mandated thing. He's a guy who might actually be able to, like, push some kind of lawsuit against ICE. He's actually someone who might be able to get some kind of justice. And, it's really, I think we're going to see a lot of really cool stuff from Brad Lander.
Today, Jay Clayton, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District, filed a letter in federal court indicating that the 2025 ICE guidance filed on May 27th of last year, quote, does not and has never applied to civil enforcement actions in or near immigration courts. This is a genuine bombshell, even by Trumpian standards. Courthouse arrests must stop immediately. There needs to be a congressional investigation of this lie. And there need to be civil rights actions on behalf of every immigrant who was illegally abducted, just trying to show up in court and do what they were supposed to do under the rule of law. It was time to abolish ICE a year ago. It surely is today. ICE.
Hell yeah. Brad Lander. Politicians aren't perfect, but the Mondani Lander duo is pretty powerful, I mean, just getting some other reactions here about this. NYCLU Director of Immigrants Rights Litigation, Amy Belcher, told the American Prospect, "It's shocking. It's a shocking revelation at this point in the litigation. The arrests are justified by this memo. The only defense they gave in federal court is their claims is that the memo explained their reasoning. The court should reconsider its prior decision, adding the plaintiffs have asked the court for 2 weeks to come up with a plan. We need some answers from ICE about how this misrepresentation was perpetuated in multiple federal courts for many months without anybody realizing across multiple jurisdictions. There's litigation in New York, D.C., and California about courtroom arrests, so the idea that the agency somehow made this mistake in all of these different cases over a very long time is astonishing, and we're going to try to get to the bottom of what happened." And so, like, someone or a group of people are absolutely gonna get shellacked by the consequences of their lies. You know, I do again. I've been saying over and over and over again, as we continue forward, accountability is going to be the bedrock of any kind of future movement that we build together. Like, we need these people to be held accountable. We need the liars who brought untold amounts of suffering upon thousands and thousands and thousands of people. They need to be held responsible for their actions. Like, that is a necessary component for us to have some kind of reconciliation in the future. Reconciliation can only happen after accountability. There's also a pretty interesting thing here. Noted by Will Lee, the Associate General Counsel at the National Treasury Employees Union, who notes, if they're underbussing the ICE attorneys, then there could be very, very easily on the horizon a waiving of privilege and privileged information transfer between ICE counsel and the U.S. Attorney's Office. If that happens, we're going to see we're going to see these ICE lawyers pulled into court to testify. And once that happens, they are they're kind of over a barrel. Like, this is going to be kind of a do or die moment for them. And it's gonna be bad, and I'm really, really looking forward to seeing that badness catch up with these evil motherfuckers. As they say, someone defrauded the court for a year, and the next step is to find out who and at whose direction. And I also just want to note here, the ACLU is now getting involved. The ACLU of New York has responded to this unreal admission, noting the far-reaching implications, including a possible motion for reconsideration of Judge Castell's September 2025 decision in the case. This coming courtesy of Chris Geithner at Law Dork. But the ACLU statement reads, "Dear Judge Castell, we represent plaintiffs, African communities together, and the Door and their members, in this case challenging the government's policies of targeting non-citizens at their immigration court proceedings, depriving them of the right to seek relief from removal in regular proceedings, and subjecting them to immediate arrest. We write in response to the government's extraordinary letter dated March 24th, 2026, revealing a material mistaken statement of fact at the core of the government's defense of its immigration court arrest policy. ECF 77 at 1 months after the conclusion of summary judgment briefing in this litigation. And after that false statement of fact was relied upon by this court to deny plaintiffs preliminary relief on their challenge to that policy. Specifically, the government now concedes the May 2025 ICE memorandum, which it previously asserted authorized arrests at immigration courthouses, provided guidance minimizing the harms of such arrests, and explained the agency's reasoning for abandoning a prior policy largely prohibiting such arrests, as in fact has never applied to such arrests. Accordingly, it further concedes the government's primary defense to plaintiffs' claim that the immigration court arrest policy is arbitrary and capricious in violation of the Administrative Procedure Act must be withdrawn, and it states that the portion of this court's order denying plaintiffs' motion to stay the policy, which relied on the government's prior false representations regarding the applicability of the memorandum, will need to be reconsidered. The implications of this development are far-reaching. In the months since the court relied on the government's representation to deny plaintiffs preliminary relief, defendants have continued arresting non-citizens at their immigration court hearings, resulting in their detention, often in facilities hundreds of miles away. Declaration of Maria Tumba, see Declaration of Maria Tumba Huamani, describing the violent arrest of a young person and her eventual transfer to a detention center in Louisiana. As the government notes, plaintiffs were informed of this development at 5 p.m. on March 24th, 2026. Given what is at stake, plaintiffs respectfully request 14 days until April 8th, 2026 to file a response. Plaintiffs propose that the parties use this time to confer regarding next steps, including a possible motion for reconsideration of ECF 51 and any other appropriate motions, and that plaintiffs' response will state if the parties have come to agreement on jointly proposed next steps, or if not, will include the parties' respective positions. The government consents to this request. In addition, or in the alternative, plaintiffs are, of course, prepared to appear before the court to make any submissions the court deems appropriate. We thank the court for its consideration of this request. This is an absolute clusterfuck. And there's really no other way of saying it. I would imagine the denial of a stay is going to be overturned here pretty quick. The fact that the entire defense of the government's actions was predicated on a lie, not surprising coming from ICE, but it is surprising that it is so blatant and so traceable directly in court, and has been the entire time. God. Also, Sake Tanuki.
So I'm at JFK Airport, where today
for the 5 tier 1 subs, and let's check this out.
ICE agents were sent in to help with the long TSA lines because TSA workers aren't being paid, and this is what they're doing. Absolutely fucking nothing. While this TSA agent, God bless her, handles the entire line, they stand here doing nothing. Got a few more. Good job, guys. Good work. Literally, this woman is handling the entire TSA line.
I'm sorry.
Good job, guys.
Oh my god.
Good work.
Look at this scrawny little asshole. What the fuck? They're literally taking anybody. This guy's a toothpick. What the fuck? They're literally like fresh out of high school toothpicks. It's crazy. What are you doing, son? Go back to high school.
Literally, this woman is handling the entire TSA line. While 4 different ICE agents stand and watch her. We got some backup to do nothing.
I do hope each and every one of these guys feels fucking shame shriveling their ball sacks at the thought of having to go into airports where everyone has their phone out without their masks on. You know? Now we all know who you motherfuckers are. Fuck you guys.
Break time, hard day at work. I actually can relate to you guys in the sense that when I worked retail, I also walked around a lot while doing nothing to convince people that I was working. Well, at least I can sleep easy, knowing that this airport finally has armed bathroom attendants. Snack time. Tough day on the job. So lines are the exact same length they were before, and we've replaced the people who actually knew what they were doing with untrained armed Gestapo. We did it. We made airports great again. So I'm at JFK Airport.
Sweet! We did it! It's all so stupid, guys. Politics is so stupid right now, but it's so important. Also, those massive TSA lines you saw in that video, don't worry, guys. Donald Trump is on it, okay? This is from earlier tonight.
It was because they don't want to settle. They want chaos. As I said, so there are great military triumphs against Iran can't be displayed on television because they're displaying airports. It was.
People aren't hearing about how good Iran is going because all they're seeing on TV is airports. Airports everywhere. It's almost like I sent a bunch of ICE dipshits into airports, and now that's all anyone can talk about. Why aren't they talking about how good we're doing in Iran? You know, why can't I turn on the news and learn about how high gas prices are now? I can smell him from here. He's fucking decomposing, man. Decomposing in real time.
The people are saying, what nice people. Now, I must tell you, when I first sent them in 2 days ago, I looked and they were wearing masks. And I think they have to because a lot of people are up. But in an airport, no. I said, fellas, do you mind taking off your masks in the airport? And they took them off. And people said, wow, these are nice guys. And they're helping the people with their bags. They're moving things along. It's a...
Oh, yeah. All those have... You know, that's what I've always thought airports lacked. You know, when I see bag attendants come in to, like, help take bags, what I'm thinking to myself is, you know what? A next level kind of airport would give those guys guns and the ability to take me away and interrogate my citizenship, and if I'm not able to prove it sufficiently, whisk me away to a concentration camp. You know, I've always been saying this. I've wanted the bag attendants at airports to be able to bring me to a concentration camp. Has that been too much to ask? Finally, in Trump's America, it's possible. We did it, everyone. We put a man on the moon, and now we've given guns to dipshits to stand around in airports. Finally, we did it. What are they doing? Checking luggage for illegals? They're not doing anything. They're literally standing around doing nothing. They aren't helping the lines go faster. They're not doing anything. And by the way, they're not trained to do the thing that TSA does. Okay? They're not trained to do that shit. They aren't supposed to be getting your identification for no reason because they are now doing the job of TSA. They're not supposed to do that. It's so awful. It's so awful. No, we've put our top ICE agents on it, and now everything is going so smoothly. Why, I haven't even heard of anyone being shot at an airport recently. It's true. And if but if ICE did shoot someone at an airport, clearly they had it coming. Clearly, Antifa was flying through the air. You know, they prevented a 9/11 too, which I've always argued should be called 9/11-22, because, or you know, if it was 9/11-2, I always say, why not just make it 9/9? You know, like 11 minus 2. There we go. It all makes sense, folks, when you really think about it. What was I saying? Oh, that's right. My brain is leaking through my pores. You can see it on my shiny ass face.
Beautiful thing to see. People are starting to say, ICE, you're nice guys. We really appreciate it. So the Democrats, in their violence and viciousness, have done us a favor.
Yeah, you know what everyone loves? Everyone loves walking through additional armed security at airports. That's what airports were lacking the entire time. You know, whomst among us has ever walked through a TSA line and said, you know what? I really love a police state clamping down on my right to walk into a building. It's super fun. God, everything is so stupid. And in case you're wondering, you know, how are international travelers considering ICE these days? You know, maybe is the unmasking of ICE at airports making international travelers feel safe? The answer is no. Canadian woman held with daughter by ICE warns all immigrants to lie low. Tanya Warner says she has documents showing she's in the US legally, but immigration agents were not swayed because these people don't give a fuck. Like, ICE is not there to be your friend. ICE isn't even really there to check your documentation because they don't give a shit if you are documented or undocumented. They'll just grab you if they feel like it. God, it's so stupid. But hopefully the revelation today and the subsequent legal action against ICE will at the very least curb some of its worst excesses and abuses. So, you know, tourism in the US might be dead, thanks Trump, but at the very least, things might be getting marginally safer for immigrants in the near future. Though, again, nothing has been done as of yet, but the legal gears are in motion here. ICE also removed all training on actually determining if someone is here legally or not. Well, yeah, of course. What? That's not their job. Their job is to be a Gestapo. Training someone on that would only interfere with their actual job, terrorizing people. Anyway, just literally 2 lonely unpaid TSA workers. Worth noting the TSA is not getting paid. Also worth noting that the TSA has never kept anybody safe in America. Just as an FYI, they fail like 95% of their efficiency checks. Okay, like any of the like the unscheduled tests where the government tests the effectiveness of TSA by getting like bombs or guns or knives through to the other side. TSA fails the overwhelming majority of it. TSA is just there to make you feel safe and infringe on your privacy and security. It is what is called security theater. And honestly, in a just world, we would abolish not only ICE, but also TSA. So, but I'm in that camp. I know, I'm a little bit crazy. I think that our policies should be effective and not just to be coddling the fifis of, people in America. I don't think we should spend billions of dollars to make people just feel safe. I think we should spend billions of dollars to actually make people safe. But that's just me. I don't know. Maybe I'm an anomaly, but I doubt it. Yeah, we should abolish DHS entirely. Anyway, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And also, folks, get organized with your local Dems. Get organized with your local DSA. We need people to radicalize their local Democrats, make them more progressive, kick out those corporate Dems who are taking money from their biggest donors to sell us all out. And also make your DSA more effective. Right? If you need help taking your first steps, please join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help organizing with your DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help organizing with your local Dems. We need to get beyond just knowing personally what the right things are, and we need to make that action in our local political spheres. Because when enough of us do that, we can change the world. So embrace your agency within this political system. It has been hard fought and hard won, and we need to keep it. So if you join our Discord, we can get you started with that. And if you don't want to join Discord for whatever reason, you can go over to riverboat.gg and you can find GamerG and Dragonfly often in chat most streams. So do check that out. Last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It fits, it is elegant, it is sexy, and it is non-tucking lingerie. So check that out. There's a sale the last of the month, March 31st through April 1st, and check that out. Excellent time to try it out. New styles, colors, and sizes coming in the near future. And link down in the description. So let's keep on going, folks. There we go. We did it. We did it. Yes, it's gender euphoric lingerie. Oof. How y'all doing, folks? How you all doing? Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. So also, folks, just real quick here, we are at 284. Oh god, spoilers. We're at 284. We're getting really close to our preliminary 300 goal. But also, I thought it would be fun for us to revisit Nick Lutzko. It's been a long time since we checked in with Nick Lutzko. I love his work. If you don't know who he is, buckle up, folks.
I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna see Patricia McCloskey. I wanna scream for the GOP. I wanna sit with Dan Bongino. I wanna show him the American flag. Eggs behind the toilet in Grandma's basement. I wanna ask him if he'll be my dad. I wanna change my name to Nick Bongino. I wanna tell him about the man in the stairs. He kinda looks like Dan Bongino. Grandma tries to tell me not to go down there, but I would be safe with Dan Bongino. I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna be like Dan Bongino. I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna be like Dan Bongino.
So, for those of you who don't know Nick Lutzko, he's a comedian. And he has a long-running storyline involving Dan Bongino. And he basically has created his own little cinematic universe full of music and puppets that is sweaty and disturbing. And I do encourage you to take a deep dive. It also involves Gremlins 3, like an attempt to make his own version of Gremlins 3, and it is genuinely great. But let's continue watching the Bongino verse storyline here from the Nick Lutzko universe. All right.
I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna
There's a third Gremlins. He has his version of Gremlins 3.
I wanna scream for the GOP. I wanna sit with Dan Bongino. I wanna show the American flag. The eggs behind the toilet in Grandma's basement. I wanna ask him if he'll be my dad. I wanna change my name to Nick Bongino. I wanna tell him about the man in the stairs. He kinda looks like Dan Bongino. Grandma tries to tell me not to go down there, but I would be safe with Dan Bongino. I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna be like Dan Bongino. I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna be like Dan Bongino. I wanna be at the RNC. I wanna hold hands with Dan Bongino. I wanna be at the RNC.
Who's Dan Bongino?
I wanna be like Dan Bongino. 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 I wanna be Dan Bongino.
Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Who is Dan Bongino? Well, Dan Bongino was a conspiracy theorist, Fox News guest, and podcaster who was inexplicably appointed to be the deputy director of the FBI. And after all of the Epstein stuff came out, he, I'm sure coincidentally, announced that he was leaving his position as deputy director of the FBI.
I know phrenology is a debunked pseudoscience, but damn conservatives are making it hard to believe.
Yeah, indeed, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Yes, he was also a Secret Service guy under Obama. Now, of course, Nick, when Dan Bongino, left his position on his Facebook page, re-uploaded this particular portion of the Dan Bongino song, and let's just watch this version of it.
Dan Bongino, Dan Bongino,
Pixels
Dan
Mixel,
Bongino,
hello!
Dan Bongino, Dan Bongino, Dan Bongino, Dan Bongino. I wanna be like Dan Bongino.
Beautiful, and angelic even. And I only bring all of this up because Nick uploaded a new installment in the Dan Bongino storyline here earlier today, and this is apparently his official statement. Ari Dan Bongino, and it appears to be him crawling through an air duct with a Webby.
Who's the man that quit his podcast to serve his country? Dan Bongino. Who's the man that quit that job in 292 days? Dan Bongino. Who's the man that went on Fox News and complained he missed his wife because he had to go into an office? Dan Bongino.
I stare at these 4 walls all day and I gave up.
Who took one look into the Epstein files and said, nothing to see here, folks? Dan Bongino. Who was forced into retirement after 2 civilian deaths in Minneapolis? Greg Bovino. I used to want to be at the RNC. I used to want to be like Dan Bongino. But these days I only want to be like the great one. Oh, Danny DeVito. Danny DeVito. We call out from the darkness for light. Danny DeVito. Come wrap us in your arms. Spread out your wings and take flight. I wanna be like Danny DeVito. I wanna meet the cast of Taxi. I wanna scream for Jumanji 3. I wanna be like Danny DeVito. I wanna be like Danny D. I wanna be like Danny DeVito. I wanna be like Danny D. I wanna be like Danny DeVito.
Yeah, he's touring, everybody. Go check him out. He's touring a bunch of different places. He's cool. Go check him out if you live in one of these cities or near one of these cities. Go check him out. This isn't a sponsorship. I just really like Nick Lutzko. I think it's very funny. Okay? I think he's very, very funny. Okay, this song is also a bop. That's kind of his his deal is taking absurd, slightly horror-tinged topics and making them into bops. And also coming up with absolutely insane scams, of course, to get recognized. It's slightly pretty. Look, he has an entire series of like puppets that are horrifying. It's great, and I love him, and I think more of you should love him. I talked about Nick
I've actually
Lutzko
had
a
the
lot.
pleasure of meeting Danny DeVito.
Oh,
Super
hell
nice
yeah.
guy, very genuine. I was not prepared for him to be 4 feet 10 inches.
Aw. I love Danny DeVito. He's one of those guys who's genuinely, I haven't met him, but like in all of his public facing statements, he seems to be genuinely just like a swell guy, which is great. Yeah, he kind of has an analog Nick Lutzko has like an analog horror comedy vibe. He has a song about coming to resent his new stepdad, and you know what? It might be one of my favorites, and I'm just gonna play it for you guys because I think it's great. And you know, we'll dive into that, and you guys, and that'll be the end of this Nick Lutzko segment. I just think he's neat. I'm the Marge Simpson meme, and I'm holding up Nick Lutzko to you guys, and I think he's cool. All right, here you go. Also, we played a lot of I Want to Be at the RNC around the RNC times, like the last few years. All right, this is my favorite one. This is from his arc where he wanted to become a country radio sensation.
I want a #1 hit on country radio. I want to sing at the rodeo. I want to drive an old dirt road until the cows come home.
Whoa.
I want to do it with the yodeling boy. I want to party with Garth. I'm gonna be a back road cowboy country music star. I'm gonna be on CMT. Gonna put on cowboy boots and head to Nashville, Tennessee. I need to get back to my country roots, cause I'm from the South and that's country as hell. Yup, I'm a cowboy if you couldn't tell. Playing country music is so dang fun. Soon they'll add my name to Brooks and Dunn. This is the #1 hit on country radio. That's why I'm doing the do-si-do. I'll be raking in loads of cash until the cows come home. Whoa. I'm gonna do it with the yodeling boy. I'm gonna party with Garth. I'm gonna be a rich-ass cowboy country music star. I'm gonna wake up the man in the tunnels under Grandma's house. I'll tell Mel that I heard a bird down there, and he should probably go check it out. I'll use my country music money and buy a truck full of cement. And if I never see Mel again, I guess that's country music money well spent. Go tell your friends and family country music has a brand new president. Go tell your friends and family I am country music's brand new president. This is the #1 hit on country radio. That's why you're doing the do-si-do. I'll be raking in loads of cash until the cows come home. Whoa. I'm gonna do it with the yodeling boy. I'm gonna party with Garth. I'm gonna be a rich-ass cowboy country music star.
Like, his character is unironically incredibly funny to me. Like, just an incredibly narcissistic, like, guy who lives in the middle of nowhere but is beset by eldritch horrors for whatever reason. Has he always had the basement friend? Well, no. The guy who lives under the stairs in Grandma's house is a different guy than the men who live in the basement, I think. Under Grandma's house. Grandma's basement has a lot of different characters and creatures down there. And yes, he also... 4 months ago, he uploaded an hour-long video titled Gremlins 1 Hour of Lutzko Lore, which I just want to emphasize to you guys, there's a lot of Gremlins 3 lore in the Nick Let's Go cinematic universe. Okay. And I just think that's neat. Also, he's incredibly good at horror, and I find his creations deeply disturbing in a way that delights me. What in the Five Nights at Freddy's lore shit is this? Look, if you are into this kind of like lore stuff, I do very much encourage you guys to check out Nick Let's Go, okay? Here is a link to his channel. Go subscribe to it. He's so good and talented and very funny and unhinged in a delightful way. I wasn't aware there was a Gremlins 3. There's not. But by God, he did his best to make his own. Let me just yeah, he made one titled Gremlins 3 Dawn of Desmond World Premiere. And it's well, I guess to give you just some idea of what's going on with Gremlins, here's the official trailer. This is Gremlins 3, for real. Yeah.
Have you guys been following this this chaos in Gremlin Nation? It's like things are getting a little bleak. This Gizmo's been Gremlin for like 30 years, but he still runs things like he's a soft little mogwai. I mean, Jennifer Aniston's got to get the hell out of there before things get real.
It's Gizmo. He's gone.
What?
They got him.
Ah! Gee, man, what?
Gizmo is my hero. I want you to have this.
Breaking news, Gremlin Nation is under siege and Jennifer Aniston is being held captive. It is suspected that the first ever Gremlin terrorist hybrid is behind these acts.
I didn't kill Gizmo because I wanted to. I killed him because it was easy. And now, I'm coming for the whole world.
This Gremlin terrorist hybrid is spreading Gremlin goo all over the damn place. Get your asses indoors now!
You want a Gremlin more? You got it! Hey, Desmond, how's your dad? Whoop, there it is. Before I'm about to eat your Gremlin ass out. Time to poke and run.
You are one Gremlin man. We'll need an army to stop him.
Yup, it's Gremlins time. There would be 7 Gremlin films by now if Hollywood had honored the 6-year precedent set by Gremlins 1 and 2.
Anyway, again, go check out Nick Let's Go and Gremlins 3. Oh, God. The Gremlins time? It's Gremlins time, indeed. Also, if you've been following along with Dan Bongino, of course, this film was produced by Bongino Inc. Studios, so it's part of the Bongino verse in Nick Let's Go's universe, a verse inside a verse, if you will. He's very funny. Go check out his shit. All right. Also, folks, there we go. Let's talk about Iran. Let's do it. A bongoloid. Oh, God. Hey, anarchist atheist. Welcome, welcome. All right. I just thought that'd be fun. I like Nick Let's Go, and I think you guys should too. There we go. Here we go. There we go. Also, if you haven't yet, folks, we've been going actually for an hour and a half. I haven't told you guys to hit the button yet. Click the goddamn button. My God. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click There we go. Oof. Fixed my neck a little bit. Guys, if your neck is ever feeling sore, do consider just making circles with your nose. Can really help. Just one way, then the other. Do it a few times. All right. Here we go. So, folks, we gotta talk about Iran, obviously. We're gonna be talking about this for probably years. We'll see. One potential silver lining here is that Donald Trump appears to be trying to get out of this, but he doesn't know how. And this is being reported by the Wall Street Journal. Apparently, he's been trying to get his advisors to end the war, which, you know, doesn't sound very commander-in-chief of him. It seems like he could just make the war be done by pulling out and then, you know, talking to the leadership of Iran. But, you know, he's constitutionally incapable of doing that. And it's going to be a huge problem for him here. Because he's dumb. There's really no other way to say it. He's just dumb. According to a number of different outlets today, Donald Trump gets a daily video montage to help him understand the Iran war. So they've got interns putting together video footage because he's just not going to read anything. His brain is soup, guys. Maybe he got infected with the RFK brainworm. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but, like, he can't read anything anymore. And instead, like, they need to put a video on an iPad like he's a goddamn infant that they don't want to take care of properly. Like, that's what's happening right now. Like, the guy in charge of everything is so lost and has no idea what he's doing that he's just like, advisors, end the war. And it's like, that's... Their job is to advise, not to end wars for you. You're the guy who can end the war. But also at the same time, all of these advisors are having their messaging teams putting together these video briefings for him. And he's just like watching the explosions and like the the different military footage and thinking he's just the coolest guy ever. It's crazy. It's genuinely crazy. The daily montage typically runs for about 2 minutes, sometimes longer, officials said. One described each daily video as a series of clips of stuff blowing up. Like, I'm not exaggerating. This is genuinely unhinged. He's making all of his decisions based on 2 minutes of explosion footage.
If only our president had an island to go to for young women to help him settle his distress.
God, yeah, if only. Wait a minute. Wait a minute! Thank you for the $5 super chat. God. Maybe we can just tell him there's an island full of young women and he can go there and never come back. You know, and then we just don't look into it too closely. You know, like maybe it's just a one-way trip kind of situation. I don't know. Just we just don't look too closely into it, and he like spends his life on, you know, Coconut Island. All right. The highlight reel of the U.S. Central Command bombing Iranian equipment and military sites isn't the only briefing Trump gets about the war. He's also updated through conversations with top military and intelligence advisors, foreign leaders, and news reports, the officials said. But it'd be important to note that every day he's required to get the video briefing of stuff blowing up. Because something tells me here that's the only information he's actually internalizing. You know? That seems to be the only info that he's internalizing, because he's going out in front of the country every day and talking about how we won. We won the Iran war, everyone. No, but we didn't, though, actually. Like, that's fucking nuts. Right? Like, the officials that are reporting that, like, well, he also talks to other people. Other officials in the administration have a different perspective, which is the video briefing is fueling concerns among some of Trump's allies that he might not be receiving or absorbing the complete picture of the war now in its fourth week, two of the current officials and the former official said. The videos are also driving Trump's increasing frustration with news coverage of the war. Trump has pointed to the success depicted in the daily videos to privately question why his administration can't better influence the public narrative, asking aides why the news media doesn't emphasize what he's seeing. One of the current U.S. officials and former U.S. officials said he's like being put in his own media bubble where he just doesn't understand why the public isn't like singing his praises. He doesn't get it, guys. Okay, but what if the dancing fruit had guns? Oh God. He's a very stable genius, guys. Don't worry. Oh God. Oh. I need to pull up something here real quick from this piece. Let's see here. This is buried all the way at the bottom of this article, by the way. All the way at the bottom. Concerns about the war among some Trump supporters surfaced publicly last week when Joe Kent, who until recently led the National Counterterrorism Center, said internal gatekeeping had limited Trump's access to a wider range of dissenting views during the war. A good deal of key decision makers were not allowed to come express their opinion to the president, Kent told Tucker Carlson in an interview after he left the administration. Quote, there wasn't the robust debate. Levitt wrote on social media at the time that Trump had strong and compelling evidence that led to his decision to strike Iran. Days earlier, Trump was asked about comments by his former AI czar, David Sachs, who said on a podcast that the U.S. should try to find the off-ramp and that this was a good time to declare victory and get out. Trump told reporters that Sachs hadn't shared his views with him. Like, he's being isolated from even the Republicans who think that this is a bad idea. Like, we are in a situation where, like, the hardliners who have been agitating for this war for decades have been trying at, like have succeeded in putting him into his own personalized media bubble. His advisors are just pushing him and pushing him and pushing him constantly to do this, and he's just a senile old fool who's going along with all of it, and then confusedly looking around as he talks to rooms full of people who don't seem too happy about a war continuing to go on. He doesn't seem to understand that this is actually going to become a crisis the likes of which, like, the American public hasn't seen in a long time. Right? And, of course, as all of this is happening, they are, like, the administration is well aware that they don't have the manpower to properly fight Iran. That's been a huge issue here. And they don't want to do a draft. So what is the solution that the Trump administration has come up with? Well, obviously, the answer is you have to increase the maximum recruitment age for how long, like what age people can enlist into the U.S. military, or the U.S. Army, rather, from 35 to 42. And also make it clear that, hey, just throwing this out there, they're trying to say you can serve in the military now, even if you have a marijuana conviction on your record. So they're doing what they can to try and bolster their recruitment efforts, because no one wants to sign up for the military to fight, like, you know, an oil war in Iran. No one wants to do that, right? And, well, sorry, oil conflict, because we need to remember here, Congress hasn't authorized a war with Iran. But let's see the administration try and defend that point for a second.
If the war in Iran continues past this current round of peace talks, and with thousands of troops on their way to the Middle East, is there a point, either a number of ground troops or a number of days, at which the president will consider seeking authorization from Congress?
Well, as you know right now, that formal authorization from Congress is not necessary because we're currently in major combat operations in Iran. The Department of War and the President, as I said, estimated about a 4 to 6 week timeline for the full completion of these military combat operations. We're again on day 25 today. And as a courtesy, nevertheless, the administration did notify Congress, the Gang of Eight, ahead of the launch of the operation 25 days ago.
Oh, well, at least it's a courteous war, you know? The administration had the courtesy to say this. Is it time to open carry at protest yet? I don't know. I guess ask yourself, is it a good time for you to get shot for being a suspected terrorist yet? Is it? I don't know. Come to your own conclusion.
And we've also had our top national security officials go to Capitol Hill to brief lawmakers, again, out of courtesy and out of respect for them. So
if the war in Iran continues...
God. Like, you know, it seems to be that I'm recalling somebody constantly asking that question who kept trying to evade bans in another chat. Like, stop it. Like, if you're gonna make another alt account, don't do the same shit. Stop it. It's not difficult. Just don't, like, God. You got banned for being an asshole, and for Fed posting, and for not understanding why you were getting timed out. Stop it. Like, you understand coming into the middle of a segment about the Iran war, and you're like, well, should I carry a gun to a protest? I don't know. The last guy who did that got fucking shot at a protest. And like, I'm thinking of like that No Kings shooting that happened with the security that was there with guns. Like, I don't know. Are you ready to take the risk that you're going to shoot an unarmed civilian at a protest? Stop it. Don't do that. Don't do that shit. Like, fuck. Don't bring guns to protests. You make yourself less safe, you make everyone around you less safe, and you are prime target for this administration to say, look, all these protesters are Antifa. Time to clamp down on them. Stop it.
I saw a video saying that people are gonna start transitioning to Aviod the draft. I wonder what the reaction to that will be.
Yeah, I don't think people are gonna do that. Genuinely, I don't think people are gonna do that at all. I mean, trans people might do that, but I don't think I don't think non-trans people are gonna do that to try and avoid the draft. Also, there's not going to be a draft. God. Rittenhouse got away with it? Yeah, but also there are different rules. There, like, you guys are aware, like, we see it all the time in media. We see it all, like, conservatives have different rules in media than people on the left. Just the playing field we're dealt. The playing field is different. You guys all saw, I'm sure, those of you who remember, you know, the oh god, the Bundy standoff, or the second Bundy standoff. You guys all saw that shit, right? Like, there were armed conservatives taking over government buildings, and not a single one of them got shot. I guarantee you, if a bunch of leftists tried to do that under the Trump administration, they all get fucking massacred. Okay? I guarantee you. Is this No Kings going to be insane? Just in its size and scope. What about open carrying at baseball games? I know it's not a popular position. I really think umpires be a little less liberal with their strike zones. Maybe so, maybe so. Don't open carry at a sports game. All right. Speaking of oil prices for Donald Trump, though.
So as we rebuild, it's going to come back very quickly. It's already back. I mean, it's back. It went down a little bit. I actually thought, when I went on this excursion, as I call it, excursion into hell, excursion into a terrible place, when I went on to do something that for 47 years should have been done by any of the other presidents, and you heard numerous of them said they wished they did it, but they didn't have the guts to do it. We had no choice. But I thought it would be much worse. I thought that the energy prices, oil price would go up higher. I thought the stock market would go somewhat lower. But it didn't matter to me. It's short term. What we had to do is get rid of the cancer. We had to cut out the cancer. The cancer was Iran with a nuclear weapon. And we've cut it out. Now we're going to finish it off. So as we...
oh, yeah, you know, I thought it'd go much higher, he said. Okay, all right. Also, speaking of just different rules for different folks, this crossed my attention earlier today. Former NYPD chief admits giving free pass to city workers and right-wing allies. Specifically, the revelation by former NYPD chief of department John Chell came on Wednesday after the radio provocateur Sid Rosenberg had retweeted a post by a driver who claimed that an NYPD officer let him go without a traffic ticket when he heard Rosenberg's show coming out of the car radio. "I'm going to let you go because you're listening to Sid," the person claimed, the cop said. Streets blog engagement editor Emily Lipstein reposted the exchange with a gentle suggestion that the punishment for vehicular crimes should not depend on a suspect's political affiliations. That's when Chell spewed his unhinged sexist rant. "Emily, let me clue you into something that has been a standing order for decades. No doctors, nurses, teachers, or other city agencies. Since I was the chief of the department, I altered this to add any friends of Sid Rosenberg was a friend of ours. Free pass to Sid's friends. I did this because I could. That's just the way it is, my precious snowflake." And there he is, right there on Twitter, saying that today. Holy hell, how is this okay? Because power in America, if you're a cop, is there in part for you to abuse. It's why the number one rule in America, the number one law above all other laws, is that do not disrespect police officers. That they fucking hate that, and they will fuck you up about it. And so when people are like, is it time to open carry at protests? Just remember, there are actually different rules in America. Conservatives get treated with kid gloves, and left-wing folks absolutely get shellacked, all right? And you need to keep that reality in mind when you make your protest decisions, right? It's why Tea Party protests basically weren't recognized at all as like big deals by local cops and were largely treated as jokes, and yet became one of the most influential movements in American conservative politics. And on the other hand, you have like No Kings protests, and police show up. They're, or No Kings are like anti-ICE protests, and police are like fucking tear gassing right alongside with ICE. Yeah, like Alex Preddy was helping a woman up, and he got fucking executed in broad daylight. All right, unarmed. And I just want y'all to keep that in mind. When some dipshit is like, oh, maybe it's time to open carry at protests, you need to make sure everyone is on the page with that. The idea that, like, there are different rules, and you are putting not just yourself, but others at risk. And I've had to say this so many different times because one specific chatter keeps asking it. So I hope you guys remember this and keep that in mind amongst yourselves. Remind one another about this, because it's going to materially affect your protests.
Rebuild, and it's going to come back very quickly. It's already back. I mean, it's back. It went down a little bit. I actually thought, when I went on this excursion, as I call it, excursion into hell, excursion into a terrible place, when I went on to do something that for 40...
Well, sorry, we just
Every
played that
moment
clip.
he rattles on makes a stronger case to invoke the 25th.
The guy saying, let's open carry for a protest may be an operative. Well, that's also exactly what my point here. You make your protest less safe when you broadcast that intent. When you are organizing with other people who are planning a peaceful protest, and you are talking about the need to bring arms to the protest and like open carry at the protest, you are announcing that you are not someone who is safe to organize with, because you do not give a fuck about the safety of your fellow protesters. Do not fucking Fed post. Also, as the Iran war continues to spiral out of control, the American GOP has to be as obsequious as possible towards Donald Trump.
The president has done so much for the American people, and we want to honor him in some small way, some token of our appreciation for his leadership. And so tonight, we have created a new award. We're going to do something we've never done before. We're going to honor him with a new award that we'll present annually from this point forward. But he is the suitable and fitting recipient of the first ever America First Award. We can think of no better title for what that is. That's this beautiful golden statue here, appropriate for the new golden era in America. And we want to let you know before we bring the president out and...
Look, everyone, we're giving him the first ever America First Award. He's just our biggest, most precious boy. He's so good. What an incredible president he is. We're giving him awards. A yearly participation trophy for Trump? Yeah, exactly. They're all complaining about fucking, left-wing snowflakes. But, they can't, they can't not give their big, precious, golden boy his own little golden boy. It's crazy. A golden statue, how biblical, indeed. Now, of course, is the Iran war over? No! Actually, it's still going, and is not going to be done anytime soon. In fact, earlier today, Iran issued a warning to its regional neighbors, without naming names, that apparently they had received intelligence that a certain country is working with the United States to try and overthrow Iran. And Al Jazeera reported on this. Tehran issues warning to regional neighbor if Iranian island is occupied. Karg Island, they're talking about, of course, where 90% of their oil is exported from. And essentially, Iran's parliament speaker, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, said on Wednesday that any such attempt would be met with targeted attacks on the vital infrastructure of the regional country, which he did not name, that assists in the operation to take Karg Island. And goes on to say, Iranian forces are monitoring enemy movements, and if they take any step, we will attack vital infrastructure in that regional country in continuous and relentless attacks. And it is worth noting that he did not name this country. Largely, it seems that this is a statement to deter this particular country from doing anything. However, it's pretty clear which country is coordinating with the United States in order to try and bring about the downfall of the Iranian state. And Popular Information actually had this information. Judd Legum, highly recommend you guys check this out. Popular Information, that is. After sending billions to Kushner and Trump, the Saudis lobbied to escalate Iran war. Saudi Arabia's de facto leader, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, has been pushing Trump to continue the war against Iran, arguing that the U.S.-Israeli military campaign presents a historic opportunity to remake the Middle East, according to people briefed by American officials on the conversations. Oddly, the New York Times story does not mention that Trump's chief negotiator, his son-in-law Jared Kushner, is being paid tens of millions of dollars annually by the Saudi Public Investment Fund, which is controlled by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And also, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman gave Jared Kushner's investment firm $2 billion. For no apparent reason, against the advice of their accountants who, handle the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund. So, there's a lot going on here, but essentially, this part is interesting. Also unmentioned in Tuesday's New York Times report is that the Saudi government, through the PIF, recently financed a $7 billion development deal in Saudi Arabia with the Trump Organization. Under the January 2026 agreement, Dar Global, a developer with close ties to the Saudi government, will build a Trump-branded hotel and golf course with 500 mansions priced between 6.7 million and 24 million. The project is part of Diria, a $63 billion development funded entirely by the PIF. It's essentially a gigantic bribe to Donald Trump. And this, I think, is all very much worth mentioning because, as we have talked about with the situation of Saudi Arabia in particular and Riyadh and its strategic position, Iran issuing a threat to attack vital infrastructure, especially if this unnamed country is in fact Saudi Arabia, Iran in such an attack would be able to end the ability for human habitation in Riyadh. Essentially, if they attack the water desalination plants that allow for water to be in Riyadh on the scale necessary for the city to continue to function, it would effectively wipe out the capital. And this is going to be something to keep an eye on here, folks, because if the United States, as it seems to be doing, with the consolidation of Marines, which more troops were sent just yesterday to the combat theater, bringing the total number of troops in the region to 50,000. If troops try to put boots on the ground on Karg Island and are successful, Iran can absolutely make good on this threat. Their ability is not at all impeded so far by strikes on Iranian soil. Like for all of the explosions, for all of the bunker busters, for all of the bombs and drones dropped on to Iran, the ability for Iran to field drones and missiles seems to have not been meaningfully reduced. And so this is a deeply this situation has potential to go deeply askew, to spiral way out of control. Nothing about this war is legal? Absolutely. Isn't targeting civilian infrastructure highly illegal? Yes. However, Iran is trying its best to defend itself, not to excuse its actions here, but it is seeking right now to exact a price for the attacks on its country. And, at the point it is at, a point of desperation, they are going to do whatever they have to, and they don't really give a damn if that means attacking civilian infrastructure. As they have in the past, they have been stating, if the United States attacks Iranian infrastructure, we're going to attack other civilian infrastructure.
I think we should trust the Marines and the 82nd Airborne. We have just enough forces in the area to recreate the Battle of Crete, only dumber and without victory in the end.
Yes, in fact, we do. Also, Rendo, thank you for the $5 dono. We're in a position where we are in a global energy crisis, which is, of course, further exacerbated by the fact that even though Donald Trump has been trying to lift sanctions on Russia, the Ukraine war has apparently, over the last day, just shut down 40% of Russia's oil export capacity with drone attacks on some of their biggest oil export sites. So if the United States was banking on being able to get oil, or other countries were banking on being able to get oil from Russia, this presents a colossal problem to solve any of these logistical issues that are popping up in Europe and Asia, etc. Like, pipelines are getting blown up. I imagine that Ukraine is looking at what is happening right now as a bit of an opportunity to put even more of a squeeze on Russia's energy infrastructure. And so that is currently an ongoing escalatory set of defensive measures they're taking. And worth noting, according to Reuters, The shutdown is the most severe oil supply disruption in the modern history of Russia, who is the world's second largest oil exporter. So that is currently happening as well. Godspeed, Ukraine. But if Donald Trump is saying, well, this is going to affect us, don't worry, the prices will come down soon. The prices are not going to come down soon. The U.S. dipped into its strategic reserve today, the strategic oil reserve, for the second highest amount of oil ever taken out of the reserve. I believe the amount is 172 million barrels of oil. And I mean, people are really not happy about it, and Republicans are starting to feel that heat a little bit. Here is a CNN call, or not CNN, C-SPAN call, to Representative Pete Sessions, who is a Republican from Texas.
You, sir. This is Jack in Silver Spring, Maryland. Line for Democrats. Go ahead.
Yeah, your party has given the power of the presidency to an insane pedophilic serial killer. You're evil, and this whole...
All right. Congressman, do you want to respond at all?
Well, I would just say that I am aware across this country that there are people who have varying views, and I would tell him that I can control myself, and I try and work on a straightforward, honest basis with...
Well, I can only speak for myself. When I go along with everything that the insane pedophilic serial killer president does, I can only control myself, and I go along with every single thing he does and polish his knob, if you know what I'm saying.
A bipartisan mission that I have with Mr. Nfume and the duty and responsibility of my job on oversight, and I would like for him to at least offer some credibility to there are people who are trying to move this nation away from anything that would be a fight to fix. And
you, sir,
we're moving this nation away from anything resembling a fight, except when it comes to the war in Iran, in which case we all got together and said we think that kind of fight is good, and we actually want more death. Does he hawk-twa on that thing? I can only presume so. Now, of course, Iran, during all of this, is seeking what I think is a pretty important new concession added, which is to formalize their control over the Strait of Hormuz. Up to this point in time, there has been an informal understanding that Iran could close the Strait of Hormuz if they so choose, right? And we're seeing that now be put into action, right? Where there's enough plausible threat over ships going through the strait that they are simply not going through. In response to that, Iran has been apparently developing a vetting system of sorts to decide which ships are going to be allowed through, which ships can go through safely, which ships can't, what the conditions of passage are going to be, etc., etc., etc. And this has apparently been going on for a bit now. However, it is worth noting that Iran has added the formal recognition of their authority over the Strait of Hormuz to their conditions to end the war. Notably, their conditions are a complete halt to aggression and assassinations by the enemy, with the United States, the establishment of concrete mechanisms to ensure the war is not reimposed, guaranteed and clearly defined payment of war damages and reparations, the conclusion of the war across all fronts and for all resistance groups involved throughout the region, and international recognition and guarantees regarding Iran's sovereign right to exercise authority over the Strait of Hormuz. This seems to be a new addition, and it is pretty interesting to see. Now, the vetting system does not seem to be finalized as of yet. Some ships are paying fees of up to $2 million for their ship to pass through safely, Others are apparently being allowed to pass through without paying anything. It's kind of up in the air about what exactly this vetting system is going to be, outside of the idea that essentially any ship that is deemed to be, heading to a US or a US ally is not going to be allowed through. And it's it is an interesting development, to say the least. And so, as far as what Iran hopes to get out of this, besides a cessation of hostilities, this is a pretty big one. Giving them the ability to collect taxes and tolls off of oil ships leaving this particular area of the world is a huge win for them. And it does seem like that is something that they might hold on to as negotiations begin or continue. It's unclear exactly what the state of negotiations are, considering that the Trump administration has just been straight up lying about negotiations, and it's unclear to what degree Iran is actually engaging with any of the overtures that the United States has made so far, which, to be clear, the overtures are pretty weak, considering Donald Trump is out there trying to pledge a complete well, to to give you guys an idea here, Donald Trump said that the leaders in Iran want to make a deal so badly but are afraid to do it because they think they're going to be killed by the people of Iran. But if they don't make a deal, he's going to start striking Iran harder than ever before. Again, anything that is coming out of the United States right now regarding negotiations is incredibly suspect. Oh yeah, no, countries will absolutely throw U.S. support away in favor of getting stuff through the strait. I mean, South Korea in particular is in a pretty dire state, as well as Japan in particular. Both are in a bad spot. Isn't the strategic reserve filled with excess production, or am I understanding it wrong? It seems like extra saved for times of need. It is extra saved for times of need. However, the issue is it has not been filled up or refilled for quite some time, right? So there is a lot in there, but it is we've been dipping into it without putting a lot more back in, if that makes sense. And also, yeah, the oil that flows through the Strait of Hormuz is a different kind of oil than what the United States makes by and large. And yeah, it is not additional production, it's just a pile that will run out. I mean, my understanding is that we have the ability to refill the strategic reserve. It's just not we just haven't been doing that. We've been dipping into it for like a decade now. Yeah, for quite a while. Apparently, Iran itself is going to pass a law in the near future to formalize on the national level control over the Strait of Hormuz, not just on a military level. So this seems to be something they're quite serious about. Now, I do want to say, when we look at the rest of the region and how this war is rapidly continuing to spiral out of control, the Islamic resistance in Iraq, one of Iran's proxies that operates within Iraq and has significant political power within Iraq, has claimed as of 3 hours ago to have hit 23 or participated in 23 attacks on U.S. bases. The war is spiraling out of control. And that isn't even talking yet about what is happening right now in Lebanon. And I mean, apparently Israel is deeply worried that the United States is going to have a ceasefire in the near future. Specifically, they're hearing that Donald Trump desperately wants out of this conflict. And so Israel is trying to escalate however it can to perpetuate this conflict. Because they have different war goals than the United States is war goal. I mean, as far as I can tell, the United States' war goal is just you know? And so Israel is trying to keep the United States in the game for as long as possible by essentially by just ramping up the rate of strikes, choosing more targets more quickly. And well, let's take a look here. Accelerating the campaign against Iran. This, of course, also includes accelerating the campaign against Lebanon, because as we talked about yesterday, Israel is very interested in establishing a buffer zone in Lebanon, which involves seemingly taking the entirety of southern Lebanon, and they're saying they're not taking the land, but it seems like they want de facto control of the land, if not the on paper control of it. They've emptied the entirety of southern Lebanon of residents, though, of course, there are going to be some civilians that stay despite the threats. And I mean, it's not great. The government of Israel has raised the ceiling for the number of reservists that the military is allowed to call up for active service to 400,000, which is 120,000 more than it is currently allowed to call up to duty, because Israel is looking to escalate to that extent. It's quite bad. In fact, wasn't the goal bringing about the apocalypse originally? I mean, for a lot of Americans, that is still the goal. Absolutely. I've seen people in the comments on my videos talking about how, no, this is actually all good because it's going to lead to the second coming of Christ. So, it's, oh boy, not great, to say the least. Also worth noting that as Israel escalates its actions, this is also seemingly coming alongside an escalation of war crimes. Specifically, Human Rights Watch 2 weeks ago wrote about the use of white phosphorus in Lebanon. Right? Human Rights Watch verifies use of incendiary weapon over residential areas in southern Lebanon. The use of white phosphorus is a war crime. It is a horrifying weapon to use. And just earlier today, The Guardian also confirmed with various researchers that, Israel is in fact continuing to use white phosphorus in southern Lebanon. And it is just awful. Just fucking awful. And I would expect to see more and more war crimes as Israel continues to try and accelerate this conflict. They already deployed white phosphorus in Gaza. Yeah, I mean, Israel has a history of using white phosphorus in its conflicts. The fact that it is in fact a war crime, the fact that, their actions are displacing millions of people in both Iran and Lebanon, they don't care. They are doing what does white phosphorus do? White phosphorus is an incendiary device. It's essentially a fire that cannot be put out. Here's the description The Guardian uses. White phosphorus is a chemical substance dispersed in artillery shells and rockets that ignites when exposed to oxygen, burning at up to 800 degrees Celsius and emitting large quantities of smoke. For that very reason, it's typically used to create a smoke screen to avoid visual targeting of soldiers or troops. However, It can also be used as a weapon, in which case it creates toxic fumes, it creates fires that cannot really be put out. I believe it even burns underwater due to the fact that it consumes oxygen, including oxygen in water. It melts through concrete. Like, it is some truly diabolical shit. And according to the researcher The Guardian got to interview over this, Ahmad Beydoun, an architect and PhD researcher at Delft University of Technology in the Netherlands, this researcher documented and mapped almost 250 uses of white phosphorus by Israeli forces between October of 2023 and November 2024, the last time they launched an invasion of southern Lebanon. It's awful. It's awful. And in case you're like, oh, well, if it consumes oxygen, just put dirt on top of it. Well, that's what a lot of people do. The problem is, what happens when it is uncovered from the dirt is it reignites, because all that it takes is exposure to oxygen for it to explode. And considering it melts through concrete, it can also melt through and vaporize dirt. So it's a mine, but worse. Yeah, in a lot of cases, it, in about 20% of cases, it gets used on agricultural land. And in cases like that, it winds up sinking into the dirt, essentially acting as a chemical landmine. And specifically, this researcher, Beydoun, says, I think the Israeli army's thinking is that they use it to burn down fields for visibility so that people or Hezbollah militants don't hide under the trees. And according to the Lebanese nonprofit Public Works Studio, Israel has used white phosphorus to burn down more than 2,000 hectares of Lebanese countryside. So this is not a small operation and does not have small implications for the environment or for future danger. Wait, they're using it like Agent Orange? Yes. Like napalm. It is truly disgusting. And according to Beydoun, he believes that the Israeli military is using white phosphorus to push out the civilian population to create their buffer zone, and make it easier to seize control of southern Lebanon. So that's what Israel is up to right now. And also, hey, you know what the United States is up to and is looking to try to field by the end of this year? Worth noting, Anduril's new AI attack drone, codename Fury. It's going to be an autonomous AI-powered drone designed to kill people. So, the US is going to be automating our war crimes in the near future. Really cool stuff. Fuck this shit, bro. We're part of the evil empire, guys. When will it end? It only ends when we step up, when we organize, and when we end it. Okay? If you are upset about what the United States is doing, if you are upset about what our country is complicit in and actively participating in, then we need to get fucking organized. if you're upset at the idea that our military is going to be using AI-powered drones, we have to organize. We have to fight. We have to organize on the local level and build up our power until we eclipse the national level. And then we need to be kicking out all of these corporate Dems, all of these people who have sold us out to these AI and tech companies that are building the tools of our own destruction. Because if you think for a goddamn second that these tools don't eventually come home to be used on you and me, I've got a bridge to sell you, you know? So understand here that, yeah, of course, AI-powered war crimes allows for plausible deniability, for no one to be held accountable for what destruction and murder is wrought. So what we need to do is organize now and put an end to this goddamn war machine. It is the only way forward for us and the only way forward for the Earth. So join your local Dems and push out those corporate Democrats. Join your local DSA and organize working people in your community, okay? It is the only path forward for us to better our own lives and to end the atrocities that our war machine is currently engaged in as we speak, okay? All that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this and need help to organize, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help getting involved with your local Dems. She can help you get involved regardless of where you are in this country. And if you need help joining your local DSA, join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy. She can help you get involved regardless of where you are in this country, okay? Regardless of where you are, both those organizations exist, and we can help you become a part of them, okay? Take your first steps in making the world a better place. And if you don't want to join Discord for whatever reason, you can join riverboat.gg and talk to them over there. All right? So with all that being said, folks, please hit the like button, subscribe, leave a comment. Comments longer than 8 words really help in the algorithm. And last but not least, please check out ImogeneOlivia.com. It's gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, etc. It is non-tucking lingerie that fits, sexy, elegant, and check it out. Link down in the description, and there's a sale going on March 31st and April 1st. So check that out, and let's keep on going. Only way out is through, folks. We gotta organize. Poof. There we go, folks. That's where we're at. And people, we're about 2.5 hours into the show. So please, they missed the point of don't make the torment nexus. Yeah. Exactly. We're organizing in Canada, sadly, against the USA. Good. You should be. The US government right now is completely and utterly co-opted by evil. There is few redeeming qualities whatsoever. God. Meant the robots, not the underwear. True. Fair. Thank you. All right. Folks, we've been going for 2.5 hours. If you're getting anything out of this, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and consider supporting the stream, folks. Click the goddamn button. We got a little song here for you. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Had a good stretch. Also, Eli Blankenship. There are also dues waivers for people who make who cannot afford any due whatsoever. Check in with your local chapter. They might be able to help you out with a fees waiver. Also, folks, we are currently at 296 out of our goal. We're getting so close to 300 here, folks. Also, I was gonna answer Super Jet Guy. I'd like to know why on the ground does it feel like no one cares? Well, because in America, everyone is focused on like getting through the day. You know, like people are going to work. They need to pay their bills. They need to like be able to juggle all their errands and like pick their kid up from like soccer practice. And like people have lives that are busy in part because atomization and the gig economy keeps people busy nonstop, in part to avoid people being able to organize around the stuff that they care about. You know, when you are atomized and alone, it's a lot harder to organize. And I think a lot of people in chat might actually have that experience, right? Like a lot of you might feel very alone, might feel like no one really gives a shit in the real world. But I guarantee you, people do care. You know, people are out there. They're just being run ragged, and you know, I think that that's part of why No Kings is pretty great, because it gives people like an outlet, but it's also a planned outlet for their protest, for their discontent. It allows for people to plan it into their busy schedules, to actually be able to show up, etc., etc., etc. You know? Salmon Moose,
You're welcome.
Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Oh boy, getting us just one over our goal. Oh god. Oh, you rascal, you. Thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 subs. Also, Northern I don't know why I don't think it popped up on screen. I'm so sorry. But Northern Fox, thank you very much for the gifted membership. Very much appreciated. Thank you so goddamn much. We are getting closer to our goal all the time. Trolled gently, I love it. I hate it and love it at the same time. Oh god. Also, Nindreen, get some good rest. You've been pushing yourself ragged too, okay? First True Virgin, thank you for subscribing over on Twitch. Appreciate you. There we go. 303. Never boo. But I think that people do care. It's just that again, people got bills to pay, you know? And it's frustrating, but I think that's why things like No Kings are great on-ramps for normies to start getting more engaged in the political ecosystem. It's also an event you can bring your kids to, which is important for, you know, a lot of people who have kids. You know, they might not be able to get childcare, etc. So like it's a really great thing. Right? March 28th, by the way, folks. Show up if you can. But why does it feel like no one on the ground cares beyond that? Part of it is because we live in the imperial core as well, right? Like, Americans live at the heart of American empire. And so we largely get shielded from a lot of the worst effects of warfare, right? Like, there's no way for Iran to, like, bomb America proper. Bomb our military bases, absolutely. Bomb, like, one of our cities, no. And it's why America reacted so profoundly against 9/11. You know, the imperial core is not used to being hit. And so for a lot of people, it's both they do care, but they don't have the time to prioritize it. And there's no external influence to actually spur them into any kind of action beyond, you know, the normal range, as it were, right? And part of it, we're shy and want to help. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Kind of. And so part of it here is that Iran has taken a different tactic so as to actually influence American politics and the American mindset, which is to wage an economic war against America. Insofar as there is an awareness, you know, if you're Iran and you're trying to plan a way to influence America, the fastest way to do it is with energy prices and with putting pressure onto the most economically vulnerable people in America. Because by doing that, you can spur more action. Like, poor people in America cannot afford $10 per gallon gas. Poor people in America can barely afford like $6 a gallon gas. And like some people might have to start paying that. And that's going to spur a lot of panic among conservatives who understand that is kind of the nature of the game here. And so that's kind of the thing. You aren't going to see immediate response, but there's a reason why the United States is dipping into the strategic reserve, and it's because we've been hit by a pretty strategically on point attack by Iran's closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And like, that isn't even beginning to talk about fertilizer affecting crops. It's not even beginning to talk about liquefied natural gas. It's not even beginning to talk about international pressure on the United States from a coalition of countries that are dependent on the exports from this region in order to continue functioning normally. You know, there are going to be a billion different knock-on effects from this that will be able to be traced directly back to this particular conflict. You're never going to believe this. Amazon wants to try to get back into the smartphone market. I will, over my dead body, would I ever use a phone made by Amazon? Also worth noting, I know we're not even in the segment anymore, but worth noting here that on top of all of it, the U.S. Postal Service is going to be introducing an 8% fee to ship packages in the country due to oil prices. And that fee is going to be in effect until the beginning of next year. So people and businesses are going to start to feel this in more and more profound ways as we get deeper into the conflict. Because, again, Donald Trump wants a quick way out of this. There is no quick way out of this, short of completely abandoning the area, closing all of those military bases, and paying significant reparations to Iran. And those are not going to be acceptable terms to someone with an ego the size of Trump. Red Rudy writes, "We've seen time and again that most people will condemn atrocity but take no action against the powers doing it until the pain hits the kitchen table." Yep. And the particular strategy that Iran is pursuing is effective to bring the pain to the kitchen table as soon as possible. So we'll have to see. Oh, wow, it would have been cool if they'd gotten those electric vehicles they were supposed to get. Yeah, no kidding. Again, in the middle of this, of all of this, there is like a cruel, awful scenario playing out where The United States is desperately trying to hold on to old, outdated oil infrastructure. Like, for example, we're paying a French corporation over $1 billion to stop building a green energy wind turbine operation. We're literally paying people to not build renewable energy in the middle of a energy crisis. It's insane. The only way to describe the current American government is suicidally insane. I'm a little frustrated that my normie parents are just realizing ICE is becoming more of a problem when only now they are at the airports. Well, I mean, again, that's the miscalculation the Trump administration has made, right? Like, their miscalculation was, well, we're going to put them in airports and that'll show Democrats. But the problem is, what it shows is that no one is above having to interact with the American Gestapo. You know, a lot of people in America have lived under the delusion that if they are rich and, sufficiently Americanized, then they don't have to deal with the problem of ICE. Putting them into airports basically punctures that delusion and brings ICE face to face with people who are rich and wealthy enough to travel. It's not. It is, in fact, going to radicalize everybody against ICE. So it's a bad strategy for the Trump administration to pursue. But I welcome your parents into the resistance. Okay, folks, we did it. We did it. We made it. We have gotten to my particular thing. I promised you that when we hit 300 subs, that we would embark upon a new journey into madness. And I, for one, nope, we're going to put Tuk on the back burner and do something I'm way more interested in tonight. And I just want to say, buckle up, folks. Is it Rudyard? What if Alt Hist appeared as a guest on the Tim Pool Show, everybody? So buckle up for some actual insanity.
I just realized a giant calculator would be a great Halloween costume as Miscalculation.
Oh, God. Sexy calculator Halloween. Let's go. God. Sake Tanuki, thank you for this. Very much appreciated. All right. God, give me 1 second. I just need to stretch and crack my back. I will BRB. We'll play one short song. We'll be back. Get yourself a drink and a snack. And let's go, folks.
Yourself. You buddy. Racist, sexist, Republican. Whoopsie. I did everything right and they indicted me. What? Ask you. I'm not built to suck your dick. Tell your dick.
sexual degeneracy.
You bloody racist, sexist, Republican. Whoopsie. I did everything right and they indicted me. What nasty word? I'm not built to suck your dick. Tell your dick, your dick, your
For the last decade.
Oh god, Jamal Bowie jump scare. I like Jamal Bowie. Y'all should watch his videos. They're very informative, very good. Where can I find this song? You can find it on Jazz Dog's YouTube channel or Bandcamp or many other of Jazz Dog's haunts. But here you go. Here you go. Here you go. All right, folks. What is the song called? Terminal Brain Rot. Aptly named for our purposes. All right, folks. Closing that tab. Opening this one.
Lights with Google search.
Ah! All right. Now, I do want to say, I don't know if we're going to be covering this entire thing. But man, do I think a lot of it is going to be funny. Okay? Okay. So, folks, I come to you today, a humble country streamer, bearing a gift of insanity, a gift of madness, a gift of delusion, or delulu sauce, as the kids are calling it these days. And it is in the form of a episode of Timcast IRL. And on this episode, he has as a guest, What If Alt-Hist, who I think is just very funny. And also is, you know, a far-right, just completely deluded individual who does not understand politics. And there's also another guest who I've worked with in the past, not so erudite, who we actually did some canvassing together for Jamal Bowman. And, you know, we don't agree on everything. She's a bit more liberal than I am. And I am a out-and-out socialist, so, you know, take that with a grain, with whatever grains of salt you need, I guess. But we're gonna jump into this episode, and we're gonna see how much we can handle here. And already right off the bat, skipping through just some of the opening pleasantries here, I accidentally found the ideal frame to epitomize the energy of this particular episode. Jazz Dog, thank you for subscribing. But this is where we're at already. Second 0. Please let Moonlord have another banger outfit. I don't know if Moonlord has a banger outfit, but you are going to get some peak Moonlord moments throughout this, okay? And let's just you know, let's just go. It's time. Lay it on us.
Who are you? What do you do?
I run the YouTube channel What If Alt-Hist and History 102.
And you discuss history.
I talk about history, anthropology, politics, and the intersection of all of those things.
Right on. Should be interesting. Kyla is back.
Hi.
And
you can find me not so erudite everywhere.
And you're a, what do you do?
I do political commentary, mostly debate.
She's here to
Debate's
yell
my
at
main
us because
thing.
she's a lib.
Yes.
That's what she's doing. Of course, Phil and Ian are here, but we don't need introductions for the people you know and love. Let's jump to the news from Axios.com.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
Introductions for the people you know and love. Let's jump to...
I don't know who this guy is, but does he always dress like this? Like, we just saw, like, yesterday, another clip from the Tim Pool show here, and this guy was wearing the exact same thing. Like, I don't understand this aesthetic, but okay.
The news from Axios.com. We got James Comey subpoenaed in alleged grand conspiracy against Trump. Former FBI Director James Comey has been subpoenaed in the wide-ranging grand conspiracy case against the ex-officials who investigated and prosecuted President Trump. Two sources with knowledge of the situation tell Axios. The investigation has produced more than 130 subpoenas since cranking up last year. The officials, including Comey, have all decried the investigation as political persecution and lawfare. The Trump administration's grand conspiracy theory posits that Democratic officials bent the rules, broke the law, and lied under oath to investigate, prosecute, and otherwise undermine Trump from his election in 2016 through his federal indictments in 2023. The Comey subpoena issued last week relates to his alleged role in the drafting of a January 2017 intelligence community assessment concerning Russia's election interference that favored Trump. The assessment referenced the now widely discredited Steele dossier, whose inclusion ran counter to fundamental tradecraft principles and ultimately undermined the credibility of a key judgment, according to a tradecraft review completed in June under Trump's current CIA director, John Ratcliffe. Ratcliffe then referred Comey and former CIA Director John Brennan for prosecution. Well, all I can say, folks, is this proves it once and for all. It is now beyond a reasonable doubt, and we will just assert it as fact.
To be very clear here, the Russia collusion was demonstrated in the Mueller report. All right? It was never going to be like this silver bullet that a lot of people wanted it to be, right? But people went to prison for lying in order to cover for Donald Trump. Like, there was specifically a lot of obstruction of justice involved in the investigation, specifically by different various Trump officials. And a lot of the waters were muddied by the fact that Attorney General, I believe Bill Barr at the time, put out a letter based on the report, basically downplaying the entire thing and muddying the waters, right? However, the actual report itself came to some conclusions that were pretty stark, specifically that collusion had happened, but that they weren't really able to conclusively prove that collusion had happened beyond a reasonable doubt. But that was in part because of so much obstruction of the investigation, right? For which people went to prison. So, like, it's frustrating for this to just constantly be parroted as if it's true, as if Donald Trump doesn't lie like he breathes. And, in fact, like, again, these people all just take Donald Trump at face value. The lyingest president of all time.
Great.
It would be nice. It would be great if we could do something like that. But
we can.
I don't. Well,
it doesn't mean it's correct.
Well, we definitely shouldn't.
I don't
rule
think
of
that
law
it's going to
matters.
actually
Until proven guilty. Comey, you're in.
This proves nothing. He's not been charged and convicted. It's not been litigated. Like, what? Well, yeah, exactly. Like, they're just... None of this actually proves anything here that they are trying to allege. It's crazy. On some Adam from Patrick Bet David shit. I mean, yeah. Also, did they have a poster for the shitty Asylum movie, like with FDR, who like with machine guns in his wheelchair?
Innocent until we find out.
Well, if this was a stand,
is it FDR American Badass? Is that the name of the movie? Am I crazy here? FDR American Badass. Is that what it's called? Oh my! That is actually what it's called. They have a fucking poster for FDR American Badass. I can't. I can't, dog. How do you have a poster for FDR American Badass while simultaneously advocating against literally FDR's New Deal? I am in awe of like the mental dissonance on display just in that background prop design alone.
Standard of due process, and like every single lawyer that we were talking about yesterday is like beyond guilty compared to Comey, right?
Agreed. They're all guilty. Lock them all up.
Lock them all up, right? But like obviously, like due process matters, and it's good that we have due process because it protects. As a liberal, I want due process so that when my side, but I don't really have a team, but when we want due process because we want to ensure that people who have vested interests against us can't weaponize systems, and I think that there's genuine concern that the DOJ is being weaponized against Trump enemies.
Yeah, I think it was weaponized against Trump.
I think it's been
sure, both of those.
I do, you know, there is something admirable about not so erudite entering this arena and just like trying to be this voice of reason in a room full of dumbasses. It, you know, it's admirable. I applaud the effort. But Godspeed, Kyla. God.
Instances, if that was the case, if these are the
That's
case,
why
both
I just
of these
don't.
things are bad.
I don't believe in due process anymore. Like it's like the tooth fairy to me now. Like you can say it exists.
I don't believe in due process. What are you talking about? We're like a minute in. Tim Pool throwing due process down the drain. If you don't have due process, you don't have legal rights. You don't have law. What are you talking about?
And we understand the concept. Like, yes, when I go to bed after my teeth fall out, hopefully not at 40 years old, that would suck. But I put it under my pillow and then money's there. Like something did happen. And then I'm told it was the tooth fairy. That's how I feel about due process, right? Something does happen most of the time, but when it actually matters, there's no due process because the left makes the same exact argument I'm making now. You've got that dude in California who raped that one chick, and they said he had was it that's what it is? Affluenza from raping that chick.
Yeah.
So he didn't.
Tim Pool, noted guy who cares about rapes. You know, especially rapes of that chick. God, that's such a disgusting turn of phrase to use too.
There was no functional due process
he was
there.
too rich to know what he was doing wrong.
The
He didn't
affluenza
realize
is
it.
spoiled into being.
It's crazy. They
So
call
he
it
like
affluenza.
Yeah, they said he suffered from affluenza because he was too rich to understand what he did was wrong. So that's from the left. The left has made that argument. I think it's fair to say both the left and the right agree that the legal system is just a function of who wants to exercise power against their enemies.
I think that these going behind the backs,
yes,
going behind of the backs of people and like spying on opponents has been the norm.
Also, if they're talking about the affluenza teen, that kid didn't do a rape. He did a DUI that killed 4 people. Like, what?
Through history, even though they will tell you we have due process. And I'm wondering, Rudyard, I really want to get your take on this because since the internet feels like people like Donald Trump actually have a chance at bucking the system. Did this kind of thing ever happen in the past?
So I have a few different takes here. The first of which is we have to be very careful about eroding rule of law because that's been...
We have to be very careful about eroding rule of law, which is another way to say Tim Pool's full of shit.
The English-speaking world's great advantage. And if we erode rule of law, it's going...
I'm sorry. The English-speaking world's great advantage is rule of law? My guy, other countries also have laws. What are you talking about? This idea that like other countries just don't have laws. The other countries of the world, they just haven't discovered laws yet, guys.
To have very negative downstream effects on everything between the economy, between politics, because rule of law is the set of rules you use to establish all social interaction. And if that goes away, you won't make companies because someone will steal the company you make.
But
I have another thing. The second thing is the left has been weaponizing this already, and there's been a huge issue with conservative judges and with conservatives making the argument that you're opposed to, saying, oh, we can't do this, blank, blank, blank. The left has already done a weaponization of the political process to an insane degree, and when conservatives push...
The left has done a weaponization of the political process, i.e. passed laws that judges have to enforce. Yes, that is how laws work. Laws get passed by legislators and then have to be enforced by the judicial system. That is, yeah, that is how that works. Yep. When your argument against the current system is that one political party passes laws, that's a pretty bad argument.
Against stuff where it should be illegal to discriminate against white men under civil rights law. It happens.
It is illegal to discriminate against white men under civil rights law. That is illegal, actually. What do you... Oh, man. Oh, boy. All right.
On a mass degree, but conservative judges don't stand against it. Conservative judges don't stand against the...
It happens to a mass degree. Citation needed.
Rampant abuse in the family court system against men. They don't stand against the rampant biases.
Citation needed. The rampant bias against men in the family court system. I wonder if maybe there might be certain statistics that might demonstrate why that bias exists in the findings of the family court system. I wonder historically why those findings might be biased when a family has to go to family court. I wonder if perhaps in the structure of patriarchy, there might be a reason for that, or several reasons for that. I don't know.
Against white men, where the left has been doing this to an insane degree, and even defensively, the right does not protect itself.
Well, so to your point about how we want to keep the rule of law, I would agree, but when it's gone, it's gone. Right?
Indeed, depraved ambiance. The bias in family court is skewed because it counts the default judgments when the men don't sue for custody because, hey, guess what happens when men skip out on their families? It turns out that legal judgments are required in order to actually, you know, have some kind of judgment that doesn't leave, you know, a single mom destitute with her child. You know, just a thought to have there.
I want to keep my car nice and clean, but if a bunch of vandals come and smash it with crowbars, there's nothing I can do about it.
So
I get it fixed.
To point on the couch.
What? This is one of my favorite things that Tim Pool does, where he tries to come up with an analogy that's just terrible. Well, I try to keep my car clean, but if vandals come and smash my car, there's nothing I can do about it. I mean, I guess, but that's not at all analogous to the situation here, Tim.
Thing you guys were talking about. He wasn't under affluenza. He was under the influence of intoxication, Ethan Couch.
No. The argument was that he shouldn't get the harshest penalty because he had quote unquote affluenza.
That's the argument his lawyers made. His lawyers made up the term to say that he was mentally incompetent to be held responsible for a DUI because there's no way he could have known that there would be legal and material consequences to driving while intoxicated because of how rich he was.
It's a nonsense term that meant he was so rich he didn't understand right from wrong.
Yeah.
So he did actually end up getting charged. He
did.
Yeah, he had 10
and
years
the argument was that he
probation.
shouldn't get the harshest of penalties for what he did. Yeah. Wasn't it like there was a passed out woman and he was raping her and then some guys caught her or something?
Yeah.
No. This guy was in a car accident. going 70 miles per hour in a 40 mile per hour zone.
Yeah. This was like a Me Too
But this
era.
isn't the left, right? This is his defense attorney argued this.
The left was upset that he did not go to prison in the most harshest of penalties because the court system failed us.
Sure, yeah. I don't know. First of all, he's from Texas. Well, he's from Texas, not California, so the left narrative isn't working here. But also in this case, he was intoxicated and under the influence of drugs, and
Nobody
he hit
disagrees.
people. Yeah, which is all bad, right?
Agreed.
But I think it's
Progressives were upset at the time of this case because they wanted a very harsh penalty against him. The judge gave him a light sentence, citing what she called affluenza.
I see his defense attorney citing affluenza. I can't find the judge citing that as the reason why she gave him. But 10 years probation is
neither here nor there. I mean, it's an old story we were lightly referencing where people on the progressives were upset about it.
I'm sorry, is the weird breathing noise, is that... You're all hearing that too, right? Is Rudyard just like heavy breathing into the mic? This is it's so uncomfortable.
To the point back to story we were lightly referencing where people on the progressives were upset about it. But to the point back to Rudyard, like I was saying, like I have a nice car, I try to protect it, right? I'll park it in my garage. Then one day while I'm sleeping, a bunch of whoever Antifa comes and firebombs the garage. It's gone. So you talk about the rule of law and we want to maintain it, but at the same time you say that the left has been.
I'm so sorry. I need to hear that analogy again. That was insane.
Like I was saying, like I have a nice car, I try to protect it, right? I'll park it in my garage. Then one day while I'm sleeping, a bunch of whoever Antifa comes and firebombs the garage. It's gone. So you talk about the rule of law and we want to maintain it, but
okay, and what? In any world, the people who did that would get caught and go to prison under the legal system. Tim, what the fuck are you talking about? Antifa could just show up and firebomb your house and there's nothing you could do about it anymore is one of the most insane arguments I've ever heard in my life.
At the same time you say that the left has been destroying it and eroding it. I mean, at a certain point, they've destroyed it.
Yeah, that's it. You oftentimes have to balance two opposing things and figure out where between these two is the reasonable conclusion. And I understand what you're saying, where, I mean, Russiagate was a lie, and it's crazy there's been no prosecution for this staggering lie because
it's not a lie. They found evidence for it. They just weren't able to prove conclusively the collusion because multiple people lied to protect Trump and then went to jail for it.
there was no actual evidence that Trump was colluding with Russia or that the Russians tilted the course of the election. This was just a story the left made up. And slander is incorrect, especially slander on that scale. And you can't let that go back. And I think another thing is we have laws against treason, and we have seen mass treason among the population. And I would need to actually, I'm not a lawyer.
Well, do you mean like codified legal treason? Which I would say this. The actual law is when you're providing material resources to an enemy at a time of war, or aid and comfort, or whatever. It's specific. Sedition.
Like I'm sorry here, but you can go and read the Mueller report. It's public record. The conclusion of the report is that there was, in fact, wide-scale interference in the 2016 presidential election in a sweeping and systematic fashion. That is a direct quote. Now, what they needed to also prove, beyond the reasonable doubt, was a collusion between that Russian interference and the Trump campaign. The people who would have been able to prove that obstructed them and denied them information that would have been necessary to actually prove collusion. It's why Mike Flynn went to jail.
Is general undermining of the government in the United States.
Yes.
And there is treason. Because this happened when Trump said this is like, sedition punishable by death. That is when the military seeks.
Like, come on. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's not treason. It's sedition, says Tim Pool, beginning to sweat underneath his beanie, afraid of another Laura Loomer situation where they have to suddenly cut the feed.
To undermine. So there is a special sedition there. I would argue that many of the people you may be referring to, you could perhaps argue treason because they are adherent to, say, China or whatever. But we aren't at war with China despite being adversaries. Iran now is where it gets interesting because you've got a lot of people that are accusing Tucker Carlson of treason directly for communicating with Iran before the U.S., as the U.S. was preparing strikes against them. But as I would say for the general leftist, it's seditious conspiracy.
You're correct. I got the words wrong. I mean, what I'd say in general is there's been a complete and utter abuse of the rule of law.
To be very clear here, wait, what happened with Laura Loomer? Oh, it was very funny. Laura Loomer was trying to advocate for enemies of Donald Trump to be executed. And Tim Pool cut the feed suddenly to prevent her from saying on his show and getting him demonetized that, like, to prevent her from broadcasting that Trump's enemies should be killed, essentially, on his program. He did not want that smoke. And in a similar way, that's why Tim Pool jumps in here to be like, whoa, 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 it's just sedition, guys. Also, just looking at this here, the Mueller report writes that the investigation identified numerous links between the Russian government and the Trump campaign, found that Russia perceived it would benefit from the Trump presidency, and that the 2016 Trump presidential campaign expected it would benefit electorally from Russian hacking efforts. However, ultimately, the investigation did not establish that members of the Trump campaign conspired or coordinated with the Russian government in its election interference activities. Caveat here, the evidence was not necessarily complete due to encrypted, deleted, or unsaved communications, as well as false, incomplete, or declined testimony. This is not saying that there was no coordination between these two forces. It's just to say they weren't able to obtain that evidence, which is, in fact, I would argue, a different thing than it didn't happen at all. In fact, the second volume of the report is entirely dedicated to how the Trump campaign and Trump allies obstructed justice in the investigation. So, I don't know. Seems weird to obstruct the investigation there on that one if there was absolutely no truth or merit to the claims.
So far. And it's been done predominantly by the left across a variety of different fields, with everything stretching from the national level to the social level to the family level. And this has been justified.
Oh my God, he's so insane. Okay.
Correct. I got the words wrong. I mean, what I'd say in general is there's been a complete and utter abuse of the rule of law so far. And it's been done predominantly by the left across a variety of different fields, with everything stretching from the national level to the social level to the family level.
The left has abused the law on every level of society. The left abused the law on the national level, and the state level, and the local level, and the family level. Think of the poor nuclear families.
And this has been justified by the court system. And so you have to be careful that if you remove the institution of law, we're going to devolve into being a third world dictatorship.
Can I just say, I love the idea that these guys have, that despite the fact that Donald Trump controls the House and the Senate and the presidency and the Supreme Court, somehow the left is still insidiously orchestrating everything that is wrong in the world and manipulating the courts on a scale completely unimaginable. Like, the left is so insidious that they control everything, even when we control the courts and the presidency and Congress. Like, the world they live in is so skewed it does not share similarities with the real world.
We are, right? So Trump won the popular vote. He got a plurality with, I think it was like 49.8%. The American people expect something to be done. But he's being obstructed by judges every step of the way, and then there's this tit-for-tat back and forth where...
Now judges are obstructing the law by obstructing the president, because as we all know, the president and the law are the same thing. I am very intelligent.
Goes to like 3 appeals, and then finally he wins. There was a recent ruling with RFK Jr. where he wanted to change the rules on vaccine safety, and then once again, a judge blocked him. And you famously have this judge in D.C. that just says literally no to everything. There was that particularly important court case where these judges were...
Yeah, it couldn't be that they might have reasons that they explained for doing these things. As we all know, judges simply go yes or no and don't issue lengthy justifications for their decisions. But, if we acknowledge that, then we'd have to acknowledge that you have to get into the reasons being provided by the judge for supporting or denying specific motions.
Arguing that any district, actually it was the left was arguing that any district court judge can overturn anything Trump does.
That is literally how our legal system has worked up until now. That is, in fact, the status quo. That is, like, don't these guys ever sit and think, like, hey, I wonder what stopped Biden from, say, I don't know, granting student debt relief? Hey, what stopped Obama and Biden from doing so many different things? I thought, they were gay communist leaders. They were gonna bring in the anarcho-gay communism. What stopped them from doing that? They never go back and re-examine that with this same lens in mind, Because again, part of what stopped Biden in so many different cases were conservative judges who ruled against his more progressive policies that he tried to implement.
And then the Trump administration argued this is insane because at the time they had an appeal granted allowing this immigration practice. I forgot the specific executive order. As soon as it was granted, progressive groups filed a lawsuit in another federal jurisdiction, which put a stay on.
Yeah. Now, I know this might be a little hard for Tim to wrap his beanie around, but it turns out, I don't know if you guys know this, a federal law can be challenged in multiple federal districts. Because it turns out different people live in different districts and might encounter that federal law in different capacities. It's not difficult to figure out here, guys.
So they can't both be true at the same time. I think it's fair to say that while I agree with you, the left is absolutely just saying by any means necessary, and the right is saying slow down their Democrats.
The left is breaking rule of law. What they're doing is it's not justifiable and it's not fair.
The left is breaking rule of law. Meanwhile, ICE has been arresting undocumented immigrants outside their court hearings for the last year and a half based on a bullshit memo that they based all of their legal arguments on and just had to present to the court, actually this key component, the only justification for this policy was actually bullshit the entire time. Oops, sorry, please don't get mad at us, judges.
And the English common law was established in the 12th century under a certain context with a certain aim in charge. And this was not the end point of the context or the aim that we were trying to reach. And you have to parallel the left for where they're at. And it's quite I'm trying to articulate something complicated where in crisis periods like this you set precedents that you can't go back. And so if you compare the English Civil War to the French Revolution, in the English Civil War, you had a political crisis, and at the end of it, England became a democracy with rule of law, and in France it spiraled into being a military dictatorship.
Yeah.
Yeah, because famously, Europe didn't have any kind of unified legal system. Famously, France has no laws. Only the UK has laws. If you go to France, it's anarchy over there. It's Mad Max. That's what they call it. Mad Max France. Mad France. France Max. I don't know. We'll workshop a name for it over there, but it's just crazy anarcho-capitalists ruling a wasteland. Meanwhile, you go over to the UK with its rule of law, and there you have real history. Like it's Le Mad Max. Italy is all pasta-based bargaining. Exactly. It's not like, I don't know, the Carolingian Empire didn't have recognized different legal avenues. It'd be really cool if, we could recognize that there's like a cool and rich history to Europe, and different areas of Europe have different cultural and historical roots that go back 1,000 years. Or 2,000 years, even 3,000 years in some cases. Like, the idea that the West is like one homogenous block has always been so offensive to me, right? Because all of these areas, all of the current countries, all of the different groups of people that live in Europe, like, their legal systems are cool and interesting too. Like, they derive from different origins than English common law. Like, when looking at like the legal system of like the Carolingian Empire, for example, which was one of the interim empires that like bridged the formalization of many European states and the fall of the Roman Empire. Like, they had a pluralistic legal system, meaning different areas of the empire had different legal codes. Isn't that cool? Isn't that interesting? Isn't it wild that like this large, pretty pretty interesting empire, really. I encourage you guys to do some reading about the Carolingian Empire. But this large mass of coordinated society managed to sustain several different legal systems all at once while unifying this area via a complicated and complex bureaucracy. And we have a lot of evidence from that particular period of time. But in Rudyard's mind, it's just, well, English common law, that was the good shit, because they spoke English. They spoke American, so, the English were okay. It's really fucking stupid when you boil it down.
And these are very different outcomes, and you have to be careful about not establishing
Oui, Monsieur Max. Witness me.
Precedents that future generations can look to. Because if you go to Latin America, there's a lot of countries in Latin America, like Argentina, Argentina's more white than America. It has a temperate climate, and Argentina.
It's really interesting that of all the qualities one could talk about with a country, Rudyard lists whiteness as the number one quality that he's concerned with when it comes to Argentina.
Argentina's poor because they don't have rule of law, where if you can't establish a company and assume that a social superior is not going to steal your company, you can't have a capitalist economy.
So let me ask you this question. What is wrong with a military dictatorship?
Oh boy. Okay. All right. Let's. Don't worry, guys. We've got our top man on it.
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle.
So there's multiple tiers. 95+% of regimes in history are authoritarian, and authoritarian is one strong man on top who runs everything. There's tiers, though, where some of them are enlightened, and when you look at authors like Aristotle, they were talking about the benefits of monarchy, and I'm not a monarchist, but monarchy is you have a long-term incentive for the leader to care about the population. And that works a lot better than...
No, that's not, I'm sorry. That is not, in fact, accurate to what monarchs didn't give a shit about the long-term incentives of anything. It's why they argued that their will was that of God. Like, they were delusional.
something like the Soviet Union.
Well, I want to ask you. I wanted to ask you specifically about what you mentioned. What's going on today? You compared that to, say, the British or the French. So my question is more so, what would be bad about the United States becoming a military dictatorship?
Yeah, I don't know, Tim. What would be bad about it? Would what I really want someone to play the dumb foil to Tim Pool. You know, Tim Pool is in desperate need of a rubber. And don't clip that out of context, okay? Tim Pool is in desperate need for a rubber to his glue, okay? Like, someone just needs to be like, I don't know, Tim, what would be bad about America being a dictatorship? As if he's the dumbest person in the room, and then watch him, like, struggle with that answer.
The military would be, you could have a situation where the military is corrupt, it shuts down capitalism, it shuts down freedom.
Yes, the number one bad thing about a military dictatorship would be a potential threat to the free market, of course.
Shuts down the functioning of a society, and the good things we take for granted die, and those things...
He needs a straight man. He needs a straight man with a sense of comedic timing. You know, like, just someone to make him look like a big buffoon for even asking the question.
Are fundamentally dependent on freedom.
What if a military dictatorship emerged in the United States that was based entirely upon traditional American conservatism, and the military by force said, we're not going to allow leftism anymore, we're not going to allow the courts to supersede the will of the people, and they just, through military rigidity, enforced the right cultural worldview?
That's why I said there's a huge Overton window for authoritarianism, because you're trusting the leader a lot. If you looked at Emperor Augustus, who was the first Roman dictator, he was one of the greatest statesmen in history. So when Rome did the transition from democracy to monarchy, they had one of the best rulers ever. And things governed very well until Tiberius and Caligula showed up, and then it got a lot worse. And with monarchies or authoritarianism...
Famously, the only problem with the Roman Empire was Tiberius and Caligula. 100%. Don't worry about anything else. No, guys, don't look into it. How dare you?
You're trusting and the reason that a lot of the older authors preferred monarchies to military dictatorships is that the monarch has an incentive to pass things on to their children. So the monarch has a multi-generational incentive.
Yeah, unlike warlords, and I guess what a military dictatorship would have been considered in the past. Famously, those warlords had no incentive to pass along their power to their sons or their offspring. Only monarchs had that ability.
So they're less likely to hurt things like freedom or the free market, because
the monarchs who own serfs are less likely to hurt things like freedom. I'm getting stupider by the second. This is genuinely what breathing in too much CO2 is like.
Put rule of law above democracy, because if you're a society with rule of law, it means you have functional freedom. It means you have you can have capitalism. Because keep in mind,
but let me ask you, how would you feel if there was a military dictatorship that enforced the things you wanted to exist?
Everyone wants the things they forced. Everyone wants the things that they believe to be enforced.
So would you be happy if Donald Trump became a supreme dictator and used the military to enforce laws, but it was everything you wanted in society?
I would not be happy with that. What I will say is that the reason...
Why not? You just argued that everyone wants that.
You could not have Timcast in any other Western country.
I know I'm being real pause champ right now, guys. You could not have Timcast in any other country? What? If you tried that shit in Iceland, they'd have you on ice. Yeah, like what? I was doing a meme. The kids do it. The idea here that like you can't do this show anywhere else. I mean, I guess unless you're like just a gigantic baby and like I don't know, like you don't want to get insulted in like various accents, maybe, I guess. Yeah, that's fair. He'd be brutally mocked here. To be fair, we brutally mocked Tim Pool here as well, but you know, clearly we need to do it more.
Because they've had left-wing authoritarianism remove the rule of law and personal freedoms, where once you start pulling that away...
I might have missed the lesson where we learned that the Roman Empire was a capitalist utopia. Well, it's very simple, okay? The Roman Empire had two main exports, bread and circuses. And don't look anything into that. Don't look into it. Capitalist utopia built entirely on bread and circuses, okay? The only two exports they had.
You very quickly end up in a society where you lose a lot. And it's one of those things where I put property rights and rule of law above everything else in my framework.
But so I guess my ultimate point is, when you look at the history of the United States, there are varying degrees of cultural enforcement across the board. Obviously not military dictatorship, but until you get to Abraham Lincoln, I suppose, when things got pretty serious with the Civil War. But there, blasphemy, for instance, was illegal up until like the early 1800s. My view largely is that if everybody in this country was morally homogenous, they'd be completely happy. Like let's say everybody in this country, 100.
I'm sorry. America has never been morally homogenous. No group of people is morally homogenous, really? I mean, I guess it'd be relatively homogenous, but like even so, like there's diversity of moral thought in family units, in friend groups. I mean, I guess maybe not in Tim Pool's friend group, but like just kind of seems like he's reaching for straws here. Oh boy.
100% of people were Christian theocrats. They'd have no problem with a member of Congress proposing a bill of a commandment law.
But Christian.
Yeah, famously, Christians never had a problem with other Christians. No. The West has always been united and pro-Christianity. Very much dependent on what kind of Christianity you're talking about. Don't look at the age of the warring German city-states. Don't look at that. Don't look into any kind of church schism. Stop it. Stop Googling. Stop it. Don't look into that. Don't look into the wars between Protestants and Catholics. Stop it. I wonder how they'd explain the IRA.
Theocracies.
Well, let's be clear, WPG Squirrel. In their minds, colonized people don't exist. So that includes the Irish.
Fell at the hands oftentimes of Christianity, because the idea that people will stay like wholly like unified in the perfect way insofar as that people will be happy just doesn't happen, right?
Agreed.
Because people...
Thank you.
Like the United States today used to be morally homogenous to a great degree, and then it started fracturing. I would argue
Oh
that
God, he's just breathing into the mic. It's awful. It is awful.
since the Civil War, like the bifurcation actually started around the time the country was formed, because Thomas Jefferson wanted to actually complain about slavery in the Declaration of Independence, but they were concerned that South Carolina and Georgia would not join the effort if they included that grievance.
The king, yeah.
You know, he also didn't want to give up his own slaves.
Yeah.
And so there was a general bit of, let's call it acrimony, but it started to bubble up in the 1820s when there was a perception in the 1820s that a civil war could actually happen in the United States, though it didn't.
Yeah, famously a nation of immigrants founded upon different religious diaspora, very morally homogenous.
And then it did happen, in 1861. Since then, you've had this clash between two polarized worldviews in this country. My point ultimately is, if you have a group of people that believe the exact same thing, the things they argue about are the minutia. You know, in the 90s,
People kill over the minutia, though, right?
Sure, and it can spin wildly out of control. But in the 90s, Democrats and Republicans lived together, got married, and their arguments were over like how much in taxes versus like how long a woman should be allowed to have an abortion. And it was like the Republicans were like, I think 16 weeks is too long.
I mean, what you're describing is just a neoliberal shift in the ruling parties, right? Because the distance between the two parties at the time was not that great. Like, during this time period, the Democrats shifted into neoliberal mode. It's how you get Bill Clinton. And like, the other part of it here is like, Tim is only describing a very small group of people. It's the same way people like hold up the 50s as like this, everyone had a car and a house and a wife and 3 beautiful children, and somehow they made it work. Everything was Leave It to Beaver. And like, that was only true for a small subset of the middle class in America. That was not true for remotely everybody, in the same sense that like, whoa, the situation he's describing about the 90s, not true for most people.
And Democrats are like, it's got to be 18 weeks.
That was just the political. That was the political Overton window, though. There were still these ideas.
I guess what I'm saying is that when you look at the moral worldview of Democrats and Republicans, the majority of the country in like 1994, they overwhelmingly overlapped, and so they were pretty okay with like, I mean, like, certainly we had protests for the Iraq and Afghanistan war, but still.
I left it to Beaver, and now there's a lake where I live. Things didn't go as planned. The Ultimate Wombat, welcome. Also, folks, since I'm already paused, if you're enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button. And folks, please consider supporting the show with subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. We are still going towards our goal. Every $5, every membership or paid sub gets us closer to this goal. So please consider supporting the show. And also click the goddamn button. We got a little song to help you know what to do. Here you go. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button, click the button, click the button, click the goddamn button, click the button. X Danger, thank you for the gifted membership. The Ultimate Wombat, thank you for the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch. Very much appreciated. I'd listen to a leftist in a beanie before a fascist in a suit and tie. Hell yeah. All right, folks, let's jump back into it, shall we? Isn't the woman on the panel a Destiny orbiter? I think that she distanced herself from Destiny. I'm not sure, but I do think in the past she might have been on some of his shows. I'm not super familiar with her content. I just canvassed with her one time in the past, and worked with her for with Progressive Victory for canvassing efforts.
People generally were like, well, 9/11, right? They rallied around George W. Bush even after 2000. Ultimately, my point is this: just to
Oh, Brutus Magnuson says she isn't the Destiny Orbiter. There we go.
simplify. No one would care about a military dictatorship that was enforcing exactly what their worldview was. Only.
I would care. I would care if I lived in a military dictatorship enforcing only the things I like, because I believe fundamentally that democracy is superior to military dictatorship. And I think even if a military dictatorship did all of the things I wanted it to do, well, if one did, it would no longer be a military dictatorship. I actually don't think that a military dictatorship would be good or beneficial. And hey, kind of seems like that I just kind of oppose them on principle. Weird how that works.
The dissenters would. So
I would
if you
say
had
fools only don't care about that. I would
Everyone
say
is a fool.
Well, I don't think everyone's a fool. I think like the one of the things that I love about like America and like American tradition, like Greek philosophy, is that like we're built on a tradition of people thinking beyond just their own skin and preferences. This is why you're probably familiar with Rawls and like the veil of ignorance, right? So it's this great kind of political philosophy where it says you should imagine a world where you can't know what body, gender, etc. you'll be born into. What society do you want?
This literally sounds like an argument against universal enfranchisement because the
Oh my god. What? Everyone on here is stupid. Everyone on here is stupid. It's so... Oh no. Oh no, dog, you didn't understand what she said.
It's this great kind of political philosophy where it says you should imagine a world where you can't know what body, gender, etc. you'll be born into. What society do you want?
This literally sounds like an argument against universal enfranchisement because the average person doesn't conceive of the world like that.
That's because you're an authoritarian pig dog. Like that's because you have like this fucking like hierarchical idea of what society should be. This idea that you need a fucking great leader to tell you what to do, when to sit, when to shit, when to eat. Like that's your mentality. It's not an argument against universal suffrage. It's an argument for that. It's literally the exact opposite of what you just described, my man. It's an argument that everyone deserves the right to like shape society and participate in its governance, and like because you don't know when you get born what you're going to turn out as. And if you sit down and think about that logically, what would be the fairest outcome? What would be the fairest society? We look at it and then we do that because everyone deserves an equal shot in the world. Everyone deserves a fair shake. The idea that you don't deserve a fair shake on the basis of your skin color or like the basis of the place on the planet you happen to come out of a vagina in, like that's bad. That's weird. We should seek to end a world that arbitrarily puts limits on human beings and instead embrace a world where anyone can rise and like make the world a better place. I don't know, just seems pretty logical to me, and they just don't understand it at all.
As much as
I
as
agree,
much as
I
you're
agree.
as much as you're like, this is what it ought to be, and I agree, this is not the reality of the world that we live in.
So I agree that it's not the reality of the world we live in to some degree, but I think that like
To a large degree.
Well, sure, and I think that that's a sad thing. I think the fact that we've like lost the connection to the things that matter beyond just our own skin, that we've failed to understand
Have you
that
thought about the
principles matter
shareholders?
fundamentally and deeply, and to hold to these principles, to understand why we said everyone has to be equal before the law, even if I hate that guy, and why that matters is a failing of our society, and it doesn't matter what side.
But don't we have to deal with
follow.
don't we have to deal with the world as it is? We have to meet the population and meet the world where it is. We can't be like, well, you know, it should be this and it should be that.
There's this.
I don't understand the idea that like we could make the world better. I don't get that. How do you explain that? Is that not an argument against your position? Like, oh my god. Oh no. Oh god. Like, I don't know. Like, he brings up that he thinks the average person is too stupid to be allowed to vote, right? But in his mind, the solution to that is authoritarianism instead of improving the education system. You know, like instead of like improving the education system so everyone can achieve, everyone has honed mental skills, etc., has the ability to be media literate. Instead of that, he's just like, no. You don't understand. We have to just educate one guy, and then he can tell all the rest of us simpletons what to do. It's crazy.
Saying in psychology where we say if you meet people, if your expectations for people are exactly where they are, all they'll do is be exactly what they are. Whereas if you look at people and you say, I know you can do better, I know that we can collect and do and unify, they might not get up here, but they're probably going to get here.
Well, let me
I
ask you a
think they
question.
can.
Let me ask you a question, right? Like, murder is wrong, obviously. We all agree.
Generally, except for like self-defense, blah, blah, blah.
Well,
blah.
so that's not murder.
I just, what if people can't come together and be better than what they are? Says man who lives in a country of 300 billion people that put men on the moon. Like, are you kidding me? You're like, no. Human beings are too stupid to better themselves, says man benefiting from thousands of years of technological advancement. Like it's genuinely some of the dumbest shit I've ever seen from these people. And they just spew it on the regular, and their audience eats it up. It's crazy to me. Fun fact, it is that craziness is in fact why I now have a channel where I make content. Because I watched a Tim Pool video and I said, this was really boring and stupid, and I could make interesting and not stupid content. And here I am. Like, comment, and subscribe.
Self-defense isn't murder. Murder is the intentional killing of another person without warrant.
Okay.
And so, if you walked up to a person...
It's true. Okay, wait, it's true. There is no better clip that demonstrates the conservative desire, the burning conservative desire for an authoritarian leader, more so than this clip from Vermin Supreme.
You love President Trump? More than life its fucking self. If I could suck his cock, like a old kid. Wouldn't you suck Trump's cock?
Suck Trump's cock! 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 Suck Trump's.
Yeah, so this is one of those things where a guy in a tall hat comes along and starts authoritatively speaking, and suddenly all of them just copy him and fall in line. It's genuinely wild to watch. So exactly what we're talking about here on the Tim Pool cast.
And just shot them and they died. We'd find it to be...
Jack, that's a boot. When you put a boot on your head, it becomes a hat.
Murder. And Rudyard, this is for you too. Let's say that you live in a small village in the countryside, and you know the year is 1300 ever, and you're French, so you're all like, white, brown hair.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we're French. It's the 1300s, so clearly it's a Mad Max lawless zone. Anything could happen. Okay.
Blue-eyed people or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever they looked like in France, and they're sitting there going ha 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 and inventing croissants. And then you get people who are clearly distinct from you, and they show up, and you say, well, we don't just kill people, we're a little apprehensive. And then you meet and you talk, and the guy pulls a knife and just stabs your village elder to death, and then throws fire in your village and then flees.
Sounds like the Romans.
So then, the next day, a similar person shows up. Do you just say, no, we must stand by our principles. We do not attack. We do not, Or when a similar person shows up in the same garb, with the same physical appearance, carrying a torch, do you say, one more move and you die?
I would say that
Tim Pool here trying to make an argument for, racial discrimination is genuinely insane to me. Like, it's not difficult to be like, oh, a guy shows up looking a bit different, but who looks similar to, like, the guy who just did a crime. But we know it's not the same guy, so why on earth would we, like, attack him? Obviously, you would take security measures to not just put your village elder in front of, like, this guy who looks the same that you know nothing about. But hey, maybe you should have done that previously. Maybe this is just a good policy where we don't just introduce every newcomer to the most important person in our village. Maybe, I don't know, we if we're worried about a repeat offense of killing our leadership and burning down the center of the village, maybe you build a wall and just like, hey, ask the people coming in, say, hey, what are your intentions here? You're gonna be trading? And then you realize over time the only situation in which that wall is actually useful to you, as it begins to crumble and you need to keep it up, the only situation it's useful to you in is when an entire army shows up and is trying to assault you and invade you and destroy your country. Now, what happens here is that Tim Pool is trying to argue that this is actually, in fact, what's happening to America. There's an invading army that's trying to destroy America. But his version of invading and destroying isn't like coming in and like, slaughtering the entire leadership of America and then like installing one of their dipshit guys to like rule the country. His version is people who look different than us come here, pay their taxes, have children, have families, have lives, and the country's a little bit less white because some of those people happen to not be white. And that's his issue here, right? The analogy he's trying to make is just not a good one for this situation. I just, like, obviously people should be treated equally under the law. It's so frustrating, and it's so easy to understand this. Like, obviously you don't just stab strangers to death because they look the same as the other guy. Tim wouldn't do that in real life. He wouldn't be like, I just got mugged by a guy, time to, like, shoot at, like, a person who looks like the guy who tried to mug me. Like, you don't... That's not how that works, actually.
both of these
What does Jack's shirt say? Release energy.
philosophies were silly to begin with. I don't think that the philosophy of like generosity means naivete.
I didn't ask you. I asked you a specific scenario to tell me what you thought.
I'm telling you why the scenario already is flawed. I think that the principle that they had initially probably was uninformed.
Every time she talks, he starts heavy breathing. It's so weird.
and uncomplex, and it does
Don't-
have to be
don't greet
updated.
outsiders.
But it doesn't have to
Like,
be
stand
updated
guard.
to an extreme opposite side, which is often what people do. They go from one side and then they swap to the other side. And the reality is that the truth is a lot more times in the middle of what is a proper dialectic of
So
wisdom.
let's just back to the question.
Mm-hmm.
Your proposition then is the village should not allow anyone to peacefully greet them out of fear that there could be an act of violence against them.
No, of course not. How would you take that away from what I just said?
You said that you said the initial response they had was probably flawed.
Right, but I said don't just do the opposite also, which is
Because it might be a defector that's
if a
wants to
guy
help
throws
you.
a torch at your village and burns down your house and kills one of your people and then flees, and then a person who looks just like him, wearing the same clothes, the same flag, whatever, shows up the next day, do you treat him the same, or do you adapt your?
I'm sorry. The Rudyard breathing is so distracting that I'm having trouble hearing his argument.
you should adapt. But my caution to people is that when they think adapt, they want to go to the opposite extreme end. When in reality, oftentimes wisdom falls between the middle of two dialectics.
Sure. So just what do you do?
I would probably be cautious, probably have arms and weapons ready in case he whips out his torch to start stabbing and murdering. And
You just have you update your laws and have everyone treated equally under that law. You don't update your laws and policies to be discriminate like that, to discriminate against different groups of people. You just have a consistent set of laws. That's it. That full stop. It's not a difficult problem here.
burning things, right? But inquire him, ask why he's there, see what his intention is in the village, right? You could even treat him cautiously, say he gives you all of the perfect answers that makes you go like, oh, he's actually a defector from
That's
that
great.
village and he's got info.
Okay. What if he throws the torch at your village and burns another building down and runs?
Well, hopefully you've
And
got
then-
guys ready and he's far
All right,
enough
all right.
away that
Yes, I get
when
it.
you greet him, yeah.
He does. And then the next day, a similar looking guy in the same clothes shows up with a torch. Do you shoot him with an arrow?
No.
You let him throw the torch again.
No, you do neither, right?
You do neither.
Well, yeah, like,
I guess he's gonna
why
throw
are you
another
being
torch at
black
us.
and white on this? Like, the reality is that, like,
I'm
wisdom
just giving you a simple scenario, like
I'm just giving you a simple, casual, everyday scenario. Okay? It's not tortured at all. It's a very, very common scenario. Man shows up in your village with a torch, and you need to decide whether you kill him on sight or not. Obviously, you just never. That's the scenario. Do it. Do you kill him? Do you shoot? Say you're in a very common scenario. You're walking down the street and you see a man with a vest covered in dynamite with a timer ticking down. And it looks like he has his finger on the button. Do you take the shot? Do you take the shot? Like, this is wild. What are you talking about? How is this your go-to ask?
Sure,
what
and
do
I'm
you do?
answering the
It's a
scenario
scenario that has
saying-
happened over and over again in
I
this
agree,
country.
and I'm saying the scenario of human nature is to go to black and white thinking immediately. And what I'm saying to people is that black and white thinking is just as destructive. What if that next guy showing up with the torch is just about to show up and like
Well, let me-
bring blacksmith and like ironworks to your village and like revolutionize your technology?
I'm going to answer both of you. I said that I liked freedom and property rights, and I didn't say how that's enforced.
Yeah.
So, in many cases,
with violence, right? Like, clearly, when you are talking about property rights, that implies a certain level of violence that maintains the property. Yeah, like you have a monopolization of violence, exactly, aka the state.
monarchies or authoritarian regimes provide more freedom and property rights than democracies. And democracy.
No. That was incoherent as fuck. And no. No. He's so crazy, dog.
Democracies supercharge the character of whatever people they're in. So of the top 1% of societies,
Oh boy, are we getting racist eugenicist Rudyard today? Is that what we're getting? Are we getting some sacred bloodline talk?
they are predominantly among the top 1%. They're predominantly democracies. That includes Athens, Rome, America, the Netherlands, and
But they're not.
Democracies can also supercharge negative
Yeah,
characteristics.
they're not good because they're democracies.
example of
They're
that?
good because they were good. They were good
Examples
societies.
of democracies.
No, democracy is good. Like it doesn't mean that the state it's in becomes good solely on that principle. But democracies are inherently better than any of the other forms of a state government. Like that's like if you believe in people being equal and having equal rights and like being able to like live together in like a degree of harmony where everyone has a degree of agency over society, then you need to believe in democracy. Because there's no way that is a compatible set of beliefs with an authoritarian who dictates to you what you must do and what your rights are.
Supercharging negative characteristics are the Latin sphere and the Middle East. France was better under a monarchy than it was under a democracy. So was Brazil. So was Greece.
I'm sorry, France was better under a monarchy than it was a democracy. Okay. Uh-huh. These are some very broad and unfounded statements that he's making.
A bunch of lower trust societies. Same thing with in the Middle East, democracies have performed better. In the Middle East, democracies vote in the preferences of the majority group. So when America made Iraq a democracy, the majority Shia voted in to oppress the minority Sunni, and then they sided with America's rival Iran.
Yeah, but it's not just sure, but the issue is like,
yeah, because sometimes democracies do bad things. We live in America, we should be familiar with that concept. It's just that if all things being equal, a democracy is a better vehicle for changing into a better society than a monarchy or any kind of authoritarian structure for obvious reasons, right? And like, this isn't an indictment on the eternal character of a certain group of people, because groups of people change. They adopt new ideas. They, have their ways and views challenged and improve upon them. Like, that's good. And the system that facilitates that the best is democracy, where everyone's rights are protected and that conversation can happen.
this is why when we look at democracies, there are different systems that work better, right? Like there are certain, like I'm sure you probably oppose like direct democracy, right? Like the Greeks did, because it doesn't work very well. It leads to a lot of tyranny, right? There's the tyranny of majority to be feared in democracy.
It's also slow. I'm going to respond
to your point. It is slower, but
as
democracies, the point of all these systems is to build counters to the major failings, right? In the case of a democracy, you have to be afraid of the majority, the tyranny of majority. And so you have to build into the system checks and balances to prevent against the tyranny of majority as much as possible.
You're appealing to wishy-washy concepts where if there's an external threat,
none of these concepts have been wishy-washy. They've been pretty straightforward.
You have to assess it for what it is based on context. And you pick the highest quality person to do the assessing of context. And the thing with John Rawls is it's not an...
Yeah, you have to find the highest quality person in society to make the tough calls. You know, if we had to rank people based on their I don't know, genetic merit, the highest ranking person in charge of it all.
Accurate depiction of the human condition to randomly pick what individual you would be, because that's not how this works. Individuals have their own genetics and groups have different...
Called it.
I am very proud of the mental horsepower you have.
He's about to start talking about the magic bloodline stuff, like the bloodline of justice, the bloodline of a nation. What nonsense is he on? This is incoherent. He's about to launch into how different groups shape their character by via genetics and mating, and So therefore, you cannot have the idea of like, well, you could be born into any group, because obviously people make independent decisions about who they mate with, and those decisions dictate the character of the nation. Like, that's what he's about to argue. He's about to argue about the genetic character of nations, which is, I want to be very clear here, just some actual honest to God Nazi shit.
Different genetics, and people are rewarded for the choices they make. And so
That's not a refutation of Rawls.
I'm
Rawls'
not
hypothetical
done.
can engage with that.
People are rewarded for the genetic decisions they make via mating.
So you're
Sure, but you're saying that Rawls doesn't work
Yeah, it's called an orgasm, Rudyard. You don't have to be weird about it.
because there's no baked in genetics, but that's not the point of the
You need to
hypothetical
let
in
me
the
finish
first
the
place.
argument. So Rawls operates under an underlying Christian assumption that there's indeterminate souls that you shove into a population. That's not what happens. A population is made up of individuals with different traits that make choices. And so you can't say...
Did I call it, or did I fucking call it? Did I fucking call it?
Say, if I were to randomly pick a certain population, what would I be? Because there's nothing random. An individual is the aggregation of all of the choices that went through them. And so you can't say, if I were to be born in a blank society, because the society is informed by the contextual decisions of everyone involved up to that point. It strips context from the entire human condition.
So
the point of the hypothetical is that you have no way of knowing. Like, if you were to stand on the verge of coming into creation and look at the entirety of the population of Earth, and you were told you are going to be any one of these billions of people, what kind of society would you seek to create in the world you are going into? That question being posed to you. You could be anyone. The idea being that an egalitarian society would protect the rights of everybody, would treat everybody equally, because that is ideally the kind of society you would want if you were entering into this arrangement without any way of predicting what person you would be. This isn't a difficult argument to wrap your head around. Exactly, but they are, like, Rudyard's just like, well, actually, it's impossible to have that degree of uncertainty because don't you see, the different groups of people all have context, and the context is they fucked. like it's so stupid. By the bloodline, do you mean like a type of blood quantum? So some folks, I realize, might be missing out on some degree of context here, but like about a year and a half ago, What If Alt Hist had a mental breakdown wherein he just posted like a 12-hour long rant. And in that rant, he talked about being a messenger from God, being visited by Odin, trying to bring religion back to the world, and that he had been to the spirit world, both heaven and hell, and also that he was a proponent of essentially mystical bloodlines. The idea that he espoused in his video is that he comes from a bloodline dedicated to pursuing justice because his family has a history of cops being in policing, and so he has that mystical quality of justice in him by virtue of his bloodline. And he talks about an awful lot of other stuff there. There's a place where I've covered it. He's tried to scrub the internet of it, but when he's talking about the genetic character of nations, that is 1000% what he's talking about. He thinks that identity forged via genetics is both material in the sense of your genetic makeup and spiritual in the sense of your spiritual entity. And so when he's talking about that particular context. It is almost on like a religious level that he believes in this. Oh, he's just legitimately insane. Why are they even humoring this person? Well, because he has a YouTube channel with almost, I think, over 700,000 subscribers, and is also very well connected. Like, he's part of a Gen Z incubator for far-right influencers, run by, I think, some far-right think tanks. And he is also on good terms with, like, the thinkers behind, you know, what are they called? Like the Liberty Cities. But he's connected with all these billionaires, the Peter Thiel types, the, network state types. Like, he's been on their shows. He talks with them. Yeah, the network state freaks. Exactly. We actually covered, I don't know if it's actually gone up on YouTube yet, but we covered his appearance on Balaji Srinivasan's show, who's the guy who literally wrote the book, The Network State. And so, he pals around with all these very powerful and influential guys, and he's been on the Tim Pool show a couple of times. So yes, he is incredibly insane. Also, he's got that billionaire backing. So like he exerts a lot more influence than even the number of subscribers on his YouTube channel would suggest, which is why I talk about him, because weirdly he's made himself into a big deal in this circle. Elon Musk retweeted him not that long ago. Like, he's insane, but he spews the kind of insane, like, racist gibberish that the far right loves. So like they think of him as kind of like a pseudo intellectual, you know? Well, I guess they don't think of him as a pseudo intellectual. They think of him as an actual intellectual who justifies the far right political project and the demonization of the left.
Saying trolley problems strip context because they like engage in hypotheticals.
Let's say instead of saying Rawls, just make the argument of, just articulate the argument.
Sure, yeah. The veil of ignorance is this thought experiment in the way that trolley problems are thought experiments, which is designed to help you decide which principles you want in your society. So if you imagine a society where you can't know who you will be in that society, what are some of the principles you hope are there? Rule of law, right? And like fair treatment before justice would be one that we would all be for, because I don't ever want to be in the minority group that just gets treated poorly by the justice.
What a thankless task to have to describe this to these absolute cretins who are dedicated to not understanding this. Is this the guy from the alt history 3-hour videos? Yes. Where it takes me like 3 or 4 hours to get through like a 1-hour video of his? Yes. Just so dense.
System, because I happen to be in that minority group.
So how would you define society?
Exactly, Madbox. She said his name hoping you would know it better than she could explain right now. She said his name as a shorthand, hoping that you would understand. And everyone in the room is dedicated to not understanding her. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating.
The way that we usually do. A collection of people with like somewhat unified cultural values, probably bordered by a nation state that like unifies together.
That's a great definition. I would argue that by that definition, which I agree with, there's several distinct societies that exist within the United States. Sure. And each and every one of these societies is willing to use violence and lawfare against those who would threaten their moral worldview.
Yes, states have a monopoly of violence and will use it to perpetuate themselves. Yes. That is, states will do that. But what you are talking about here is not the same thing, right? Like, you're trying to say it's perfectly natural to persecute minorities within a state, and it's not. The only thing a state does and exists to do is to perpetuate itself. Oh, God.
What does this have to do with the veil of ignorance?
So you're saying in a society...
Yeah, like, this is unrelated.
Like, who would you want to be? What rules do you want? And I would say, yes, that works wonderfully in a collection of individuals with a shared moral worldview and probably a national border. But what happens...
No! the idea being you should build a state, if you must have one, to build a society, a world where you have a fair shake under the law and have equal rights and have equal footing compared to everyone else. It like having a reliance on homogeneity is actually against the hypothetical. It's not difficult to understand. He entirely failed to understand the assignment. He really did.
When that society is up against another society overlapping on its territories with a completely different worldview.
Well, this is part of how you can engage in the veil of ignorance, is going, well, I don't know who I am in this society, but how do I want that society theoretically to engage in foreign policy? Well, one of them, I would say, is I want my government to protect me as a citizen of whatever this nation state is, because I don't want other nation states coming in, stomping me and killing me and
This
taking
is more
my
so
land.
like, an example that I'll use that's probably the least egregious would be open air fish markets in New York City.
What?
I think they're absolutely disgusting, and they shouldn't.
What? What?
The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
We're being taken on a mental journey here, folks.
Be allowed
because they smell.
It's not just that; it's the rotting fish and flesh that
dump it
sloughs
out
off
on the street.
and it just it's all over the
Spray it
street
with a hose.
And then it's just
On the
rotting for
sidewalk.
days. And when you go to Lower East Side, it's just everywhere you go.
Go to Houston.
The people who live there, that's their society. They are largely Chinese and Southeast Asian. They don't care about open air fish markets. But the people of New York have started to move away because they don't like it, and this has created an entrenched enclave. Enclaves are bad, and I believe, like
what?
Having a group of people that form their own subdivision that have their own rules is going to create animosity and violence, because you will create two distinct moral worldviews at odds with each other. Now, the reason I cite this example is because
Tim, we live in the fucking United States. It's in the fucking name. What are you describing if not states inside the US framework? I cannot with this man. Every state has its own legal codes. And, different states have different cultural norms. If what he was proposing was correct, the United States could not exist. But his example here is just like, no, it's open air fish markets though. Fish stinky. Fish stinky. It's both silly and deeply racist. This is why Tim Pool gets along with Rudyard, because Rudyard's just off in La La Land, but they could both agree on the racism,
because it's one of the least egregious, meaning the people of New York don't really care all that much about the open air fish markets. They just move away.
Yeah.
They stopped living in the area, more Chinese people moved in, and now the area is dominated by Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
But you could take a look at this and bring it to its most egregious.
Yeah, it has to be that they were all brought together by their love of open fish markets, and not because they, share a language and it's easier to communicate, and like there's a degree of trust and community there built into like that part of the town. It couldn't just be, that built up over, centuries. No. It has to be because they all love open air fish markets. Also, yeah, I'm very confused why he's like, just call it Chinatown. That's what it's called in New York City. You're just upset that Chinatown exists, and that's, I've been to New York City. Chinatown's great. Like, what are you talking about? Stop it. As if you can't walk into Chinatown and, like, not smell fish. This goon.
And that is like Chicago crime and shooting violence.
Sure.
So you have areas where there may be
like, not all of Chinatown is an open air fish market. He's just a fucking racist.
Middle class black family, and gangbangers will come into that territory, or just young black men who are violent for whatever reason they may be, and they will create crime. this will cause the higher income people to flee and then just dramatically impoverish the area and create more crime and violence throughout the area. So then the argument we would make is...
Yeah, the solution isn't to uplift working people and make sure people have living wages so they don't have to turn to crime. No. The solution is we must oppress minorities and segregate into two different societies. It's the only way. This guy's so fucking racist. More people need to be talking about how Tim Pool is just a bigot, you know? There's nothing intellectual going on here. He's just straight up saying, like, you can't possibly live next to a group of Chinese people. It just doesn't work. That's obviously not true.
What rules do we want? Well, our principles would suggest that you are innocent until proven guilty, and you should not be searched or have objects seized without, something that warrants it.
Probable reason.
And probable cause. And so what happened in New York is they said, this neighborhood is where most of the shootings and violence happens, so this is where we're going to stop and frisk people. It also coincided with being a black neighborhood. The progressives then said, why are the majority of stop and frisks black? And the government, which these are Democrat-appointed police, said, that's just where the crime is. Then they said, no more.
Tim Pool is now making an argument against due process after talking and complaining the whole opening of the show that due process is dead and gone. Like, you are now actively saying that you like a lack of due process. Like, the entire premise of the entire premise of stop and frisk was skipping due process. By making assumptions based on race, they just were stopping and frisking random black people. Oddly enough, guess who wasn't generally being stopped and frisked? White people. And so we have instances where two groups of people who commit crimes at roughly the same rate, one group of people was allowed to just get away and continue doing crimes because they weren't being stopped and frisked. And the solution to that is not, hey, let's just get rid of all due process and just frisk everybody. The solution to that is, no, you shouldn't be giving the force that has a monopoly on violence in your society the right to just stop and frisk people. That needs to be taken away from them, and thus everyone gets kept safe and isn't being booked on false charges, as often happened with stop and frisk, because cops would plant evidence on people in order to meet quotas. It turned out that the knock-on effects of this kind of discrimination were terrible. There's a reason we stopped doing it, and it's because it was bad and wrong and led to innocent people in prison and led to, other people escaping and getting away with crimes. The solution here isn't to discriminate against everyone. The solution here is to have a more effective way of ascertaining reasonable suspicion. If you are reasonably suspicious for good reason, yeah, by all means investigate that. But until then, you got your rights, and that's good.
Or stop and frisk, you need to stop because you're doing it to black people. So
that was not the reason. The reason was stop and frisk was arbitrarily targeting black people more often, and that perpetuated stereotypes in a way that was inaccurate.
You have two distinct moral worldviews.
Sure.
You can't do this only to black people, but it's just the neighborhood where the crime happens.
Yeah.
Your principles are meaningless in this regard because both groups are going to assert power over the other to make their world happen.
Well, this is where democracy can be beautiful or bad, right? And so what the thing you're posing, right? Say you say, I don't want to have enclaves in a society. And my counter to that would basically say, I think with the size of nation states, it's almost unavoidable. Even just think about the way that geography shapes a culture, right? If you've got a nation that's mountainous and full of pine trees, and it's also in a nation with beaches and fishing, and it's also in a nation with, insert different geographies, right? the people and the culture that are going to emerge from these, even just geographies alone, are probably going to have some of the different values. They're going to have things where they want to prioritize fishing industry more, but it's possible that the lumber industry is like having issues and they want more advocacy. And so they'll always have these competing interests. And I think the beauty of a democracy that's functioning well is that it takes two things where actually there might be reasonable concern, right?
Let me ask you a question.
Can I finish my thought and then I'll let you ask the
This
question?
is a long
Hey,
point.
you went for 5 minutes. I'll get 2 minutes, okay?
You've been doing this to me for 5 years. If you can succinctly make the point.
Okay. The beauty of a dialectic of a democracy is you can take two opposing values, and what the idea is to find a compromise within both where ideally you find the best pieces of each
here's why
and
I'm
synthesize them.
interrupting.
Yeah.
I feel like that is rudimentary, and we understand that completely. It's not the point that I'm making. So I'll give you a better example. Dearborn, Michigan has several instances of female genital mutilation among young girls.
Yeah.
That is explicitly illegal in the United States. But in that community, it happens because there's no law enforcement that will stop it.
Right.
You are not going to get a white cop to go into
Well, also, the people do get arrested after the fact when and if that happens. Like, the cops don't just go, well, it already happened, so I guess we'll go home. Like, even presuming this is accurate, which I don't know that it is at all.
Muslim community and say, stop doing this, because they'll say it's our community. In fact, they even have their own de facto versions of police.
And they likely won't report it either. That's probably part of the issue
So
too.
what is the solution then? Should the overarching government dispatch some white people who are non-Muslims to take over their government, to force them at gunpoint to stop?
Yeah, I mean,
America is their government? I'm really confused by this argument. It's so bad. It's so bad. I feel my brain dying.
this is the great federalist question: is to what extent should
Now that's a violation of the principles of the locals who voted that in.
True, but it might be for superseding like cultural values that we value more. This is
we have. What voted what in? What are you talking about? Tim, the incoherence is genuinely off the charts.
the constant tension that happens with the federalism, like, you know, amendment number 10. Go ahead, sorry.
So I'm going to say a few things. First of all
don't.
is...
I forgot he was
Thank
here.
you. You're not stating Rawls's full argument, where if you, for the argument that Rawls gave, you could also apply that to Aristotle, because Aristotle was saying, what is the abstract concept of good that we can use? And Aristotle said there's 3 different political systems which are useful under different contexts that have their own issues. Rawls is also operating under the principle of equality.
It's not a difficult hypothetical. Like it's actually a pretty easy hypothetical to understand. Like this is unrelated to Aristotle, man.
Which is demonstratively false. Equality has been continually disproven by the science, as well as there are genetic differences between populations. That's disproven among all of the academic community. And so when you're looking at the Rawls, he's
Who the fuck is Rawls? He's a political philosopher, like pretty influential. One of the larger voices that has kind of guided the philosophical underpinnings of liberalism in the modern era. He's a big deal, but like Rawls's argument in this particular circumstance is actually pretty straightforward.
Automatically jumping to socialism is good because equality is good, and this is all operating under the assumption that Enlightenment morality is correct.
Rawls is incredibly critical of socialism. He rejected egalitarianism.
So it depends on your definition of socialism, because the socialists play a game.
Communism.
I mean, yeah, it does depend on your definition of socialism. It's not a game. You just need to be using your words correctly. And there's the reason socialists and people on the left we're not playing a game here. It's just that most people in America never learned what socialism was or what communism was in any way that made any kind of coherent sense, right? Like, most people are taught, if anything, about it, like that it's just some kind of nebulously bad thing for some reason. It's what the bad guys were in every 80s movie, but they don't know what the actual political system is. people don't know what the actual like history is. They don't know the definitions, and like even different socialists will have different definitions for what it means to be a socialist. Like, so there is a messiness primarily stemming from the American education system deliberately obfuscating what socialism and communism are. But also from the fact that, you know, some people, when they get deep into the theory, they have a bunch more specific terms and want you to use more specific terminology. And like, I think that's fine. I don't think that's a game. I think it's just people need to have a conversation first to define what their terms mean to them so that everyone is talking about the same thing.
Where there's multiple definitions of socialism used at any given time, so you can pick one or the other based on context.
Rawls is responding to the Marx
Rawls
idea
is a
of the
democratic
flattening of
socialist,
yeah.
which is still a meaning of the word socialist.
Sure,
I want to move on to the next big story, but I do want to just conclude by
Tim Pool's just like, oh god, I don't care about this.
saying I completely agree with Kyla. I think we should exert force over Muslims who refuse to adhere to our traditional
That is
values.
not my position at all, but I would love to flesh it out with you. But sort of my
What do you
position.
mean?
It's like 50% of my position.
Well, I think that, again, we're going to go on to the next.
Oh, I want to
story.
clarify their argument before we move on. This is good.
The point is, when there are people who enter our society who have a religious practice that is an affront to our moral worldview, we will exert force against them to make them stop.
And to be clear, again, Kyla is not like a socialist. She's not, I wouldn't call her a leftist. She's like a pretty deeply lib-brained lib, you know? But, you know, within that there can be like some degree of like cooperation and like agreement, obviously.
Yes, to an extent.
The thing
Well, of course, to an extent.
Yeah, that's why I said
not
50%.
to an extent.
Yeah.
But not to an extent. Like, we will use force up to.
Why is he doing this? They just showed him on camera doing it. It's
Not to an extent. Not,
so uncomfortable.
no, but not to an extent. Like, we will use force up to whatever.
It's so uncomfortable. It's so uncomfortable. God. All right. Real quick here. We've actually now been going for 4.5 hours, folks. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. And please do consider supporting the stream. You guys make the show possible. We could not be taking a deep dive into this without your support. And I, for one, very, very much appreciate it. So thank you for making the show possible, guys. Let's keep on going. Wait, after I click this button. Oh yeah, also, folks, I will be on the Transatlantic Call-In show later today, actually. So if you want to check that out, I actually have a link here that I haven't posted, but yet. There you go. You can tune in a little bit early if you want to be right there from the get-go. How many hours from now? 12? Yep, 12. Well, 11.5 hours from now. 2 weeks in a row? Yeah, 2 weeks in a row. That's just how it worked out for my schedule this month. Next month, it will be a slightly more consistent schedule, I think. So, yeah, mark your calendars. I'm going to be on it later today. And also, folks, click that goddamn button and support the show if you can, if you're able to. Here we go. Go, go, go. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn There we go. We did it. All right, jumping back into this, folks. And again, please support the show if you are able.
Or whatever amount of force necessary to get them to stop. So it's not to an extent. It's literally.
No. She's saying we'll tolerate some of their religious beliefs.
Like I want religious freedom as well, right? And
right.
so this is like this is what I'm saying. There's this tension all the time between like individual rights of freedom of religion, but also state values of things like we don't mutilate children.
Sorry to interrupt, but we really do got to go. I got to stress
Tim
one
is
more
correct,
thing.
but continue.
I got to stress one more thing. This argument still only works so long as you maintain the monopoly on violence. And if
like the state.
Yeah.
Your
no, just
moral
clarifying.
worldview, not the state. If you, as a society with a moral worldview, have the monopoly on violence, you can stop.
I do not want the on the soundboard.
Say female genital mutilation. Sure. But if there is a new cultural worldview that has emerged, a new moral worldview, let's call it leftist, that tolerates and supports what Muslims are doing, they will take from you your monopoly on violence, and then you get to civil war.
So a lot.
What are you, dude? Did you know that sometimes political movements that disagree with each other exist in a society? Is like a wild take to me. Like, yeah, you're just describing how politics and like social negotiation works. Ugh, Godspeed, Dragonfly.
The leftists get into this weird tension with like Islam because they're very pro-freedom.
I don't want to have an argument about leftists
Sorry.
and Islam. My point was,
I mean, it's not a difficult argument to make. People deserve freedom of religion. Period. Point blank. Full stop. But that doesn't mean you get to like endanger or harm other people as part of your religion. And like that's just the protection of other people's rights and autonomy, you know? It's not difficult territory at all, really. But religious fundamentalists should not be supported.
if you have a monopoly on violence, you can assert your authority. If there are two distinct factions with equal use of force, you get civil war.
I agree with that. The issue is, I guess I'm just correcting the leftist idea that they just want FGM. They don't just want FGM. In fact, they acknowledge
that's the point.
This tension you're outlining exists regardless of the party side that you're pointing to.
My ultimate point, as we move on, again, sorry, is that your principles only apply to the people who agree with you. And that is universal to all moral groups. End of story.
Sure. Yeah, we live in a society. True.
We do live in a society.
Yes, like you might believe in the right to keep and bear arms, but you're not going to give an Islamic terrorist a gun and be like, you have a right to bear arms.
Sure, it's why I like.
Yeah, the same way you wouldn't give a Christian terrorist a gun either. Like, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, you wouldn't give it, like, what does the religion have to do with it? If you're talking, you wouldn't give a terrorist a gun. Tim, are you implying you would give a Christian terrorist a gun? What are you talking about? This is stupid. This is so stupid. It's breaking me.
Like the liberal principles where we said, well, we should have a couple of basic rules that we all apply to because other things we shouldn't impose on
So
other,
when
like
you
free
have
speech.
two distinct moral worldviews operating in one country, and I would say more than that, you are not going to abide them the same rights as you would someone of your society.
Sure, because I would say free speech is better than compelled or controlled speech, yeah.
Like I would say, if someone is an advocate for the destruction of my country, I will not defend their right to speak.
I
will not defend their right to keep and bear arms either. If a man comes to this country screaming Allahu Akbar and starts throwing bricks at cops, I'm not going to say he has a right to keep and bear arms. I'm going to say...
I mean, yeah, felons don't have the right to bear arms. Like I'm sorry, if you're throwing bricks at a cop, like you're going to get arrested for that and charged. Like the issue there is not the religion, it's the demonstrating violent intent. Like it's the assault. That's the issue there, Tim.
Nobody
Absolutely
thinks that
not.
he has a right for assault, right? That's already barred out. But
The
he might have a
point
right
I'm
to talk
making
about
is,
it.
if someone expresses clear ideological sympathies for ISIS, we will not give them a gun.
Possibly with ISIS, I think that's the case in America, but I think that there's like good statutory reason if you're a terrorist sympathizer or whatever. But like in general, like
right. My point is,
but we don't want to say people who we just disagree with can't have rights.
Domestic terrorism doesn't exist in the United States because of the First Amendment. So that's why.
What? Oh my God. Domestic terrorism isn't real. Abolished under the First Amendment. Okay.
Trump, his declaration was actually just a statement he made and not anything actually formal.
Yeah.
He would have
It's domestic terrorism is absolutely
to do an international declaration. This means, and I'll say it again, if someone is Antifa and says this country should burn, I will not defend their right to keep and bear arms. These are people who have expressed a violent intent, and we have seen in the past them use a violent intent. So, and that's the.
Who is Antifa? What is the ideology of Antifa, Tim?
A more egregious example. Let's jump.
Which is obviously he's moving on here, but like Antifa stands for anti-fascist. And anti-fascists are not against America. Anti-fascists are against fascists. It's in the name. Pretty definitively.
To the next story, otherwise we'll keep talking.
Yeah.
This is from the Washington Post. The Pentagon seeks more than $200 billion in budget request for Iran war. Some White House officials do not think the Defense Department's request is a realistic shot of being approved in Congress, one senior administration official says. Additionally, we've got more updates as more Marines are being deployed to the Middle East. And of course, Donald Trump has said Israel was angry and bombed the South Pars gas field in Iran. Crude oil is now up to $119 per barrel, and gas is expected to go up. I've seen reports, correct me if I'm wrong because I haven't read too much into this, that China is now cutting off fertilizer exports.
China.
And guys,
that was really good.
I know the Republicans are going to say, stick with the plan. But
oh no, I'm about to hand it to Tim Pool. That was a pretty good China.
But as of right now, I don't want to be pessimistic. Let's just say, holy crap, this is bad.
How about what plan?
I've heard Phil loves China, actually, so I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Phil's an avid communist communicator
He
about
China is an adversary. I will say that $200 billion, the request from the $200 billion, if I understand correctly, is to replace the stocks that they've already used. So it's not technically to continue funding the war. Not that it's not a slush fund anyways, essentially at the Pentagon, but it is to replace the stuff that they've already used because you don't want to have your stockpiles of weapons.
Agreed. But the point is,
$1 trillion
guys,
in a week and a half.
Wait a minute. I thought we had stockpiles that would allow us to fight wars indefinitely. Wait a minute. Are you questioning the dear leader's veracity? My God.
We spend several $100 billion on Israel for the past 50, 60 years. We spend $250 billion on Ukraine in the past 4 years, and now they want another $200 billion. I understand we spend like what's the budget per year, like $7 trillion?
I don't know. I have no idea.
It's some psychotic number like this. My point is, we are looking at. They're discussing removing sanctions on Iranian oil at sea because is it $7 trillion?
It's $8.38 billion. So this would up it to $1 trillion.
Trillion, you mean?
Billion.
Billion.
$838.7 billion.
Really?
Yeah.
The supplemental budget request.
So this ups it to $1 trillion if they get it.
And it aims to cover sustained military operations, replenish depleted munitions, and accelerate weapons production amid intense strikes over the past 3 weeks. Look.
I get it. I don't like the Ayatollah. I don't like his son. I don't like their government. I don't like them constantly being a thorn in the side of all the countries in the region that are trying to just sell oil. I am not a Greta Thunberg. Bring the oil on, baby.
They're just trying to sell oil, guys. It's not like wars have been fought over that or anything.
Drill, baby, drill. Let's have some capitalism. Greta Thunberg doesn't even care anymore. She's demanding oil get sent to Cuba. She didn't care about climate change. My point is, the Iranian government sucks miserably. But as we already discussed, Eric Prince, he was quoted as saying, the problem with Iran is to roll the dice. You don't know if you can succeed. This is not, I'll quote Charlie Kirk in June. I think it was June 17th. He said, This is a developed nation of 90 plus million people that you cannot just easily go in and topple. You cannot just ideologically change.
Whoa. Well, good thing Charlie Kirk said that. If we hadn't heard from Charlie Kirk on the number of people in Iran, we'd have no idea how many people were there. You know, we might waltz in thinking it is really easy to fight a country full of 90 million people. Good thing the wisdom of Charlie Kirk showed us the way.
Like some smaller countries. This is a serious war. Now, again, I think it's fair to point out, after Trump launched those strikes on the bunkers, a day after Charlie Kirk did say, I stand with my president and I want him to win. And I can respect that. I feel the same way. I want to win. I do think it's ill-advised, but I think we have to just be realistic. And I'm saying optimistic. But let's at least recognize a $200 billion budget request, oil at 120 bucks. This is not good news. This is not good news for anybody. I would implore the Republicans to pay.
Oh, I thought the price of oil going up was great. Just thought it was the best thing I'd ever heard.
Attention to this, because if you ignore it or poo-poo it, you're going to lose the midterms worse than you may already be.
I'm in a real like crossroads in my own soul about this, because we're all in. We put our, as Alex Jones said, we put our dick in the light socket. So here we are electrocuting, and we're all the way in, baby. There's no going back. I don't know. I mean, obviously we could leave, but then they'll attack us for 20 years. It's like, what do we do? Destroy? Do we level this country to the ground, kill 100 million people, however many millions of people got to go, and
there's 90
set up a new
million,
government? Or do we yell to stop the war? Because I feel like I'm on board with this motion of American hegemony, free speech, property rights all over the planet. If we stop this thing, I think the whole system will crumble. So, but I don't want to kill a million Iranians. I do want the.
This guy is genuinely insane. You know, I know it's fun to call him Moon Lord and all that. It is worth remembering this guy is deeply anti-Semitic and also like just deeply insane.
Country to be called Persia, though, so it's less confusing about Iran.
Well, I mean, so it's been Iran for a long time. I know that it was Persia. It was Persia like
1903
back
or
in
something.
the Persian Empire and stuff. But it's actually been called Iran for a long time. The term Aryan comes from the word Iran because they were like with the Caucasus. I guess the region is similar, but I don't have so much of a problem with the request for the money because of the fact that it is to restock the depleted munitions, right? So you can have your
like you all know none of this had to happen, right? Like this is all happening for no reason, and they're just sitting around being like, well, you know, maybe we should give the military $200 billion more for, you know, depleting their munitions, doing something incredibly stupid for no reason.
problems with the war. You can have your concerns. You can address all of the real, actual, tangible problems that this is causing. But to say that, you know, the returning to whatever baseline level our munitions are or should be, I think that that's something that we should do, because the idea of allowing the United States to not have the overwhelming military power that we do have, allowing that to be degraded, is far more of a problem for the U.S. than to say, oh, we're not going to spend $200 billion.
How do you guys feel about Trump in general, like promising peace, promising no wars, promising to end wars, and dragging you guys into Iran? Like, does that bother you? Were you for Trump's promise of peace? Like, how do you describe this?
I view Trump on foreign.
I mean, I do think for Lawrence 79, I do think that like when we went into this, our interceptor like ammunition was low. I know the military has been running low on certain munitions for quite some time. You know, it's not necessarily for what was used right now in our conflict with
Our
Iran.
military threw all our money into the ocean. I think we should give $200 billion so they can do it again.
They tripped and fell, and it went down into the Mariana Trench. Can't get it back. We tried to get James Cameron. Said no.
Policy as generally better than every other president in my lifetime.
Also, the Finn Rainbow. Thank you for
and,
the $5 dono.
Despite him being so hawkish?
He's been hawkish on Iran the whole time.
Well, he's hawkish everywhere, right? He pretends deterrence is like dovish policy, right? Like he'll like threaten to bomb people.
I respect the hawkishness. It's a question of, are you going to actually go in? I think
anti-war Tim Pool respects war hawkishness. Okay.
My view of getting involved in Iran was skepticism, but hope. Venezuela was the same thing, and I think Venezuela played out very well. So,
for who?
For us,
well, not for the Venezuela.
Not for Venezuela.
Actually, no.
Venezuela seized our oil assets. We had a treaty with them. Okay, we shook hands with Venezuela and said we're going to build oil, and they said you got it, brother. And we were all sharing in money, and they were the wealthiest country in South America. Then they elected a democratic socialist who came in and stole our oil assets, and our country did nothing about that.
They elected a guy who stole our oil assets. You mean the oil assets that are inside the country? That were benefiting American corporations instead of the country the oil physically resides in and had to be extracted and refined in? That's insane. That like, I'm sorry, this is just like an insane frame through which to view this.
So I, again, say the Venezuela operation skepticism, but then when Trump goes in, takes out Maduro, and just brings him to New York, which will be weird if he's found not guilty. I don't know how that'll play out. But then we get our oil assets back. I'm like, well, that's what I call justice. Now, as for Iran, this is a bigger question over the Strait of Hormuz.
Wait, I don't think they did. Didn't they steal their own didn't they nationalize Venezuelan companies?
These were American multi-billion-dollar investments to build oil infrastructure.
Oh, so it wasn't even like American companies. They were just Venezuelan companies that were heavily invested in by American companies. Well, think of the shareholders. I mean, I guess it's just if we consider the poor shareholders and how they would have suffered if America hadn't intervened. You know?
Venezuela.
But
and we had treaties with them to do it.
Sure,
and it was an
but
estimated $10 billion in assets stolen.
Sure, but
you do not get to invite me onto your property.
This is private American dollars, right? Does the American government owe private companies military protection if a government that they went into trade with buys out the company that they went into?
Especially when they're giving.
I love the idea that in Tim Pool's world, you as a businessman can just have like a branch of your business in another country, and America will come to overthrow the country so that your business can thrive. This is like arguing that America should like go and bomb and overthrow the government of Luxembourg because McDonald's is there and they're trying to regulate fast food quality. You know, like this, like at what point does the United States invade to do a coup? Is it $1, $10, $100, $1,000, $1 million, like $1 billion? Is that when that happens? Just have to have $1 billion franchise in another country somewhere, or enough franchisees to have $1 billion in another country? Okay.
Oil to our enemies.
If Walmart
I don't care if it's true or not. It's an opinion on morality.
No, think about the principle here. Like, let's take it out of Venezuela. If, say, Walmart has a close relationship with China, there's a Chinese private company that they're working with, and as a result of the Communist Party, China goes, we're actually taking all these assets, and they take like $10 billion worth of Walmart principles. Well, should America go in there and take private company assets? We should spend taxpayer dollars to take.
Your taxpayer dollars should go to defend McDonald's bottom line. What an insane take. What, like, I genuinely, that's an insane take. From supposed, I mean, I guess it's in line with a libertarian point of view from Tim Pool, but it's still unhinged as fuck.
Private company assets back?
I also 100%.
Why?
So first and foremost, the question about China would actually be a question of, can we be militarily successful?
Oh, he's right insofar as that has been America's position in the past. But he's arguing that that's the way it should be. He's arguing that, like, the state should back any kind of corporate endeavor in another country. Which, you know, is interesting because I do want to emphasize that if this was ever a formalized relationship, no country on earth would ever in their right minds allow American businesses to like do any kind of trade within their borders. right? Like that's just a fucking insane thing, right? But he's saying that's the way it should be.
In doing so. In terms of what Venezuela stole, we had a treaty with them, which was at the governmental level, which we do have a treaty with China on trade. So if they're violating it, it's not just private assets that are being violated. Venezuela stole $10 billion plus in assets. We did nothing about it.
Yeah, America famously never stole any valuable assets from anybody. Don't open an American history textbook on any point of our history.
All we did this time was discombobulate, take their leader out, and take
discombobulate
back our oil industry from them, which we agreed to build with them. They broke the rules. They stabbed us in the back.
Question I got is when if the Chinese buy a bunch of farmland in the United States and then the Americans are like, actually, this is our land, and they seize it from these private Chinese companies that did everything legally, are we in the right? And I would say yes, because it's American
100%.
sovereignty. So
10%.
Oh, God. Does that would that mean that China has grounds to invade the United States to protect their investment? Like,
Venezuelans in the right taking their sovereign territory back? It's
Why?
different because it's Venezuela. That's the problem, is you justify, I mean, it's a justification of monkey tail. You got to do the strongest, hardest, brutalist winning tactic to survive.
There are, the first thing I would say is you are absolutely correct in that I will always be biased for my society and my way of life and what I think is right.
yeah, I look, America can do anything it wants. Other countries, though, fuck off. I mean, as long as you're admitting you're inconsistent and, like, specifically biased in favor of America, I guess.
And I think that if I enter an agreement with another country to build oil assets and they share in those profits, and then they take them from me, that is a violation of our moral agreement. Then, if you start privately buying up under my nose through our legal system, farmland near our military bases for which you can surveil them, I'm going to tell you to knock it the F off.
Yeah, look,
I'm going to take that land back.
The product that they're actually talking about matters too, right? Like oil is definitely a geopolitical tool, right? Like it's literally civilization juice.
So it's farmland. So would the Chinese have justification?
We've already addressed it.
Famously, civilization did not exist until oil. It's true. No one could possibly have a civilization without oil.
We've already addressed it.
Oil and food, they're both important.
The farmland they're buying is near our military bases for which they're surveilling our military.
Hey, I agree, but they're doing it legally.
Different.
Let's say that's not what they're doing. Well, let's say in the hypothetical.
It is what they're doing.
Hold on. In the hypothetical, it's more analogous to this situation where that's not, because I'm assuming you're not saying that America was actually making it military assets secretly, and I think it was actually private companies, oil drilling. So say it's private Chinese companies, as private as they can be.
Yeah, she's the one who gave the hypothetical, and it's like they forgot that she was giving a hypothetical and instead made up, like, thought that it was about an actual thing that happened of, like, Chinese spies buying up farmland near U.S. military bases. Either that or Tim Pool just added that for absolutely no reason out of the blue. Like, this is weird.
Own and buy farmland and are growing soybeans. In American land.
Venezuela is one of the least defensible regimes you can pick because the Venezuelan government alienated even their own people, where Maduro needed to use Cuban mercenaries in order to establish his power, where Maduro was a democratically elected politician who installed himself as dictator. He was profoundly unpopular, so he used Cuban mercenaries to install himself in power.
But nobody's defending Venezuela here. Nobody likes Venezuela. I didn't defend Venezuela.
I'm going to say it for the third time. If I have an agreement to produce oil in your country and we share in the profits, and you have a problem with that, negotiate the treaty, sever it, or otherwise.
Which they did negotiate and pay out $1 billion, just so it's clear.
Don't steal it. If you are buying land in our country that is a threat to our national security, you are a threat to our national security as per our assessment.
So the issue—
there is a moral distinction between these two things.
Yeah, but you're not making a moral argument. you're just saying America needs to perpetuate and protect its own power, and I support America and whatever America needs to do that, and I oppose any other countries acting in a similar way to America because it would inconvenience America. This is just pro-Americaism. Like, this isn't like an actual moral position. You're just like straight up becoming an agent of the state and are advocating for the state to perpetuate itself because you're a part of it. That's it. You aren't thinking for yourself. You aren't taking any kind of coherent moral position. This is just it's just nationalist bullshit, really.
I will still add on top of that. We are the United States, and we are always going to operate at our behest and not for the benefit of anybody else. So if that means we, in good faith, negotiate a contract with Venezuela to build oil and they steal it, we take it back.
That's not an accurate way of describing what happened.
If China buys land in our country and we deem it so, we will seize it from them. We do, because we are America working for our interests.
Sure, but then the principle that you're not mad about isn't that they're stealing from us. It's just that it's America. It's just, that's all the principle is. And what I'm saying is that's probably not good for them.
She nailed it.
Policy. For example, in the Venezuela thing, as quick as I'm looking, Chevron took $1 billion payout because they agreed to dip, and they stayed actually as minority partners with Venezuela for a long time. The issue is that the two other oil barons didn't want to take the deal, and then in that case it got seized. And then they went through courts to try to get their assets back, which they were not successful in. And now the taxpayer is paying so that Mobil can have their assets back.
Yes.
The American taxpayer.
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure I'm for
what is the
spending
purpose?
taxpayer money.
What is the point of the public coffers if not to defend the public from foreign adversaries?
I would say in this case it would be.
Yes, of course. The lack of $1 billion from oil and gas companies has materially impacted you. I see, Tim Pool, truly impoverished, living in squalor.
Okay, what's in the good of the public? Making sure we have oil.
Let me ask you a simpler question.
That's it. Hold on.
A guy is on his dinghy.
Why are we not using the public coffers for the private enrichment of the wealthy people? Why are we not using our public coffers and funneling that money directly into the pockets of corporations? I don't understand. I'm Tim Pool and I'm very intelligent.
Fishing off the coast of Florida when pirates show up. Why should the private taxpayer have the Coast Guard go and save him from some other country's pirates?
These are
because you're talking about the rescue of a private citizen, because that is something that a government does. In the other sense, you're using the American government as some kind of like fucking debt collector, and that's
choose your own adventure.
Oh God. It does feel like that. I feel like we're sinking into a mindscape right now, Sake Tanuki. It's a true bottomless void. And I don't know where the bottom is, and I'm getting a little scared, guys.
Well, that's literally the function of the military.
Are companies individuals?
What does that have to do with what I'm talking about?
Well, you're comparing a company to an individual on his boat.
What does that have to do with the moral point I made?
An individual having their life and safety threatened by pirates is not the same thing as Mobil.
They want to steal his boat. Should the Coast Guard stop him?
It's his individual property, right? In this case,
should the Coast Guard stop? It's a company's property.
Just call it an Exxon tanker.
Yeah, there's an Exxon tanker and a bunch of pirates raid it. Should the Coast Guard stop the pirates?
Probably the pirates, yeah.
What's the difference?
The difference is that we're negotiating.
They're Venezuelan pirates.
It's a nation state that we have to negotiate with, and we can't just go.
Why won't you let the U.S. government defend those helpless companies that had suffered a financial loss decades ago? Like, I'm sorry, is the federal government responsible for every like failed investment that like you make as a private citizen? Oh, I lost 15 grand at the casino. Dang. I guess the federal government will have to get it back for me. Like that's not what the government does. Man, like the government isn't responsible to make sure your company is profitable. Good God.
Go to war with everyone.
So
who
we
fucks
let
with
Venezuela
us.
seize our tankers.
I think when they happened, we had massive sanctions. I believe large NATO sanctions were put against Venezuela. Nobody, as you've said.
Yeah. Also, in this example, the people on the boat are being directly threatened into giving up their property. as opposed to what happened in Venezuela, which was, as far as I know, not that.
Nobody likes Venezuela. I don't like Venezuela.
Let's
I don't like communism.
In each argument, you're arguing against America's interests, which should be the opposite of the American government. You're not using rational consistency. You're
These men lecturing her on intellectual consistency is genuinely mind-breaking. Oh my god, you're not being intellectually consistent. Say a least intellectually consistent men alive.
arguing against the interests of American power in each individual context.
I'm not actually, because theoretically, if the
you see, American power is best served by making whole companies that lost $1 billion 50 years ago. Not 50 years ago, 30 years ago. It's just like, I'm sorry, I don't think every company that suffered a loss from a bad investment or a failed investment deserves recompense. The same way I don't think that like private merchants who shipped things around the world, you know, back in like the 1600s, where they were taking massive financial gambles on sending these merchant ships to the other side of the planet for spices and whatnot. I don't think their families deserve to be, like, paid back if one of those ships got taken by pirates or sunk to the bottom of the ocean or, like, what have you. Any number of things happen. Like, people take financial risks. And if that risk doesn't pay off, like that's what making an investment is. You are taking a financial risk. There isn't the guarantee that that is going to pay off for you. And when you're investing in like foreign governments and foreign infrastructure and like foreign like material extraction, part of the risk of doing that business is that you are not going to see a return on your investment for any number of different reasons. Whether war or natural disaster or act of government. Like there are so many different things that can happen that harm your investment. The United States government is not on the hook to bail you out of all of those potential downfalls. Like the one thing that these capitalist guys talk about being like the main reason you want people on the top to have so much money so that they can do investment and take the risks, right? And when it actually comes down to taking the risks, they're like, no. You don't understand. It's not you, the private businessman, don't take the risk. We take the risk, and we, meaning the taxpayers, will bail you out. Private guy, private businessman. Like that's what they're doing.
The American government is for American like success. The thing at question here isn't Mobil. Why we don't owe Mobil anything as a company. We owe Americans.
Does Mobil pay taxes?
No, but
they do pay taxes. But we could negotiate a new trade deal with somebody else to increase our buy of oil from somebody else.
Do
right?
they pay taxes partly for the public defense?
Instead of spending money to go blow up Venezuela, we could have negotiated contracts with other oil suppliers to get cheaper oil.
These companies pay taxes, which includes money for public defense, for which they are entitled.
Yeah, public defense is different than, like, being essentially reimbursed by the American government. This is not the same thing, bud. Sorry. Like, if a McDonald's franchisee in another country is getting sued, the American, like, the U.S. Attorney's Office doesn't step in to provide the legal defense for that. Like, as a private business, you are on the hook for that yourself. You know? Like, his argument is really stupid.
To some extent.
And I will add on top of this that Venezuela seized our oil assets to distribute oil to our adversaries.
Yeah, that did happen as well, which is why we engaged in sanctions. But the idea is that
the boot comes down.
This is the issue. In foreign policy, when people fuck you over, you don't just immediately go to might.
We didn't. It was 20 years ago.
Why?
Why not? It was 2009.
War is...
It was 20 years ago. So if something happened in another country in a McDonald's franchise 20 years ago, report that to the U.S. government, because we will invade the country that happened in. We'll overturn the government, and we'll get you the $10,000 back that you lost in that lawsuit that one time.
Expensive, bad for economy, and
but
kills lots of people. That's why.
This was 17 years ago. And they tried the legal method and none of it worked. And
Sure.
Trump said, okay, get our oil back.
Sure.
17 years later is not a short amount of time.
Yeah, and one of the issues is we didn't really get our oil back. Most of the tankers that we seized from them, we've sold off to Saudi Arabia, which only apparently the Trump admin can actually have access to the $500 million. So the American taxpayers didn't even make back the money that we spent to bail out Mobil.
We also cut off Cuba, but I want to go back to the original question so we can round this one out and jump to the next stories that we have. And it was a question about how do we feel about Donald Trump. And I will say I'm a big fan of the Abraham Accords. When Donald Trump crossed the DMZ with Kim Jong-un, I was welling up. I was nearly in tears. I mean, that was an incredible moment for the Koreas. And Donald Trump crossed into the DMZ without security. They could have killed him. They could have captured him. They could have done a lot of things. And you can say it was free. You can say it was, but it was a tremendous step towards peace. And I'd like to see more of that. So I tremendously respect it. Donald Trump's at the timeline for getting out of Afghanistan. None of this, of course, is perfect. But Donald Trump has been infinitely better on foreign policy than any president of my lifetime.
The Afghanistan pullout was horrific.
That was Joe Biden.
It was not. You just said that the pullout policy was decided.
The timeline was set by Trump.
No, it was Biden.
It was not just
Executed
Biden.
by Biden.
The problem is that when things happen over multiple presidencies, it's typically both administrations.
No, it was Joe Biden.
It was not just Joe Biden.
Trump had established a timeline to pull out, and Joe Biden went ahead and.
Who's this guy? Who's this guy? What is going on here?
Said, we're not going to do that. I'm going to just do it now.
He changed the timeline to 9/11 to make a scene, and then he surrendered
and then
the
they
military.
abandoned Bagram Air Force
Not only
Base.
abandoned, they surrendered military equipment, billions of dollars of night
I'm not
vision.
a fan of the way that we pulled out of Afghanistan at all. What I'm actually pointing to is a partisan blame of just one president. When, like, for example, when we look at economies,
Trump
we always
wasn't
just
there
want
when
to
they pulled out
blame
of Afghanistan. What do you mean?
Trump.
Oh God, it's the pedantic hour. Hey, Gramuglia. Welcome to the party, pal. We're just venturing into insanity right now. Also, folks, go check out Egro Muglia's YouTube channel. It's good stuff. I've been watching it.
Again, the pullout of it.
Which we
keep putting up those episodes that are 45 minutes plus. By the way, they're excellent for me to listen to while I'm working out. I appreciate it.
Abandoned the
right?
Kurds.
You agree with?
Not the way we did it.
No. Not the way Biden did. Let's go back in time. Do you support, at the time when Trump said, we're going to get out of Afghanistan, is that a good thing?
I'm not sure.
You think we should have stayed in Afghanistan?
Possibly, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I don't. I think that's morally abhorrent and psychotic.
Why? But you want to take
Because we spent
Venezuela
20 years
goods
nation building,
and
trying to
throw
turn
over
Afghanistan
sovereignty?
into South Korea.
Wait, how is it possible?
Man, they're spending so long on this when we already got to the heart of the issue, which is that Tim Pool doesn't actually care about any of the moral implications of his positions. He's just, America gets to do what it wants. Like, that's it. That is the moral position he has. Like, he doesn't really understand what he's saying. He's just kind of here and trying to participate.
That overthrowing a nation state's sovereignty is cool and base, but trying to establish democracy within a country, which I agree wasn't done very well in Afghanistan, is somehow morally abhorrent.
That first one seems to be something you've made up.
Venezuela, you're for Venezuela, which is an invasion of a nation state and killing
taking back our assets that were taken from us.
And taking their elected official.
And criminal trial.
I don't care that we don't like him. You're for it. How is this not morally questionable? But in the case of Afghanistan, there's no question here?
Let me explain it as simply and monosyllabically as possible.
Sure.
Afghanistan is 20 years of nation building. Venezuela was several days.
Okay. Why did the nation building fail?
Because you cannot make Afghanis gay communists.
No. The reason that it failed is in large part because it was too expensive. Because we nation built in Japan.
Because it takes 60
exceptionally
years.
well. We nation built in Greece.
Yeah,
we
but
nation built in South Korea.
That implies that all societies are the same.
I don't think they're the same.
Like, these guys are just racists, so they're going to assume that the reason it didn't stick, like the system we set up didn't stick, is because they're different from us. They're from the Middle East. They're Muslims. Of course it didn't stick. Like, they're just bigots. That's gonna be their argument, right? Like, well, not all societies are equally yoked, and like, yeah, but that's like part what you were saying here is just that you think that like some societies are incapable of being like democracies, which is just an insane thing to think, like just an insanely racist or Islamophobic thing to think. Like, I can't. It's so painful. My brain hurts.
And the Afghanis couldn't do jumping jacks. You need at least 3 generations, which we did get in the Koreas and in Japan.
You need to establish education. You need to let girls go to school, and you need to establish a middle class, which does take a long time.
And they were in active conflict the whole time in Afghanistan. It wasn't working, and they should have gotten
Well, more
out
importantly, we never worked with local experts of Afghanistan. We didn't work with the people on the ground.
Yes,
we worked with
did.
like, the Kurds. No, we didn't.
We worked with the Hazaras. We worked with the northern tribes. We built up an entire northern coalition. And to pull back, you support the continuation of the occupation of Afghanistan.
I did not.
Finish.
Hold on. No.
So,
no. I did not say I supported it. I said
that.
I don't know.
So you're that's an argument that allows a lot of plausible deniability.
No,
so
it says I don't know my answer to that. Well, you can, but you can't put words in my mouth of what I haven't said.
Afghanistan, Venezuela. I was going to say Burma, but I meant Iran.
I did not say.
So
you're being a troll.
In each place, you are positionally against American foreign policy. You're not operating under a unified moral code.
Nope, my unified
moral code. She hates America.
You're not operating under a unified moral code, says man defending what the worldview Tim Pool just put out into the world. I can't. Holy moly. Oh shit, is that alt hist guy? Yeah, that's What If alt hist, who's been lurking there heavy breathing into the mic the entire time.
You're against.
I am the intellectual equivalent of an assault rifle. The spirits like to convey the message that you should mentally see me as Gandalf.
That guy, yeah.
Against the American foreign policy, and you're picking whatever the opposition of it is.
Respectfully, you couldn't engage in a hypothetical, so I'm not sure how
I ran an alternate history show for 7 years. Of course I can.
Yeah, but you didn't engage with her hypothetical. You tried to dance around it because it was inconvenient for you.
Well, you didn't, so that's
yes,
a little tough.
I did.
You didn't.
Ran one for 7
years.
years.
Rawls isn't true because, genes.
Guys, enough with Rawls.
Rawls couldn't engage in...
That is essentially his argument. His argument was, the kind of society that you would want to make if you didn't know what kind of, what person you would be born as. Huh. Haven't you considered that people have sex and bloodlines take on different genetic characteristics? Like, God, it was a bad argument. You should feel bad for making it, and it was racist.
Hypothetical because he couldn't project his views onto reality.
Like this. Hey. Here, I'll tell you my consistent thread. My consistent thread is I would like to see worldwide liberal democracies emerge. That's what I would like to see. Because I think liberal democracies tend not to go to war with each other. They lift people out of poverty best. They establish a good middle class. They establish education, and they decrease poverty, death, etc.
I do support the establishment of democracies. I think democracy is the best form of government we got for now. And until we have a better one, I do support the proliferation of democracy. I like that in a democracy, everyone has agency over how society functions. Like, I like that there is democratic control to an extent of the monopoly on force. I think that it's good, actually, for not just one guy or one small group of people to have control over that monopoly of force. Oh, Agramuglia, he's terrible. I don't know if you've watched any What If alt hist. He's genuinely one of the most insane people I've ever covered on my show.
It's your religion.
Listen,
and you want to
it's not my religion. It's not my religion.
Guys,
one at a time.
Sorry, go ahead.
The idea that every society can be a liberal democracy is totally outside of the realm of possibility.
Some people are physically incapable. They don't have their the democracy part of their brains is just genetically denied to them. When some groups of people, when they're having sex, do not pass on the democracy gene and thus are physically incapable of being democratic. This should be pretty obvious from looking at societies around the world. I mean, come on. God, this guy, if he was like, I don't know, 40 years older, this guy would be talking about phrenology unironically.
Like genes, like some people are genetically incapable of having a liberal democracy.
Just from custom, no, just because of customs.
Yeah,
because
I have a question.
Oh God, it's the same. It's the same. Like all of those racists who say that like black people commit like the majority of crimes or whatever. All of them are like, well, no, it's not because of any of it's not because of any kind of race. I'm not racist. I mean, it's just culturally they're more inclined to it. Like he's doing the exact same thing, exact same bullshit, exact same playbook that every gutter racist uses on the internet.
A question in this regard, like Liberia, for instance.
I don't know enough about Liberia
We
specifically.
repatriated former slaves and then established an American constitutional liberal democracy, and it devolved into cannibalism and tribal warfare.
Because why?
I don't know.
Well, the issue is for you to say,
Citation needed.
knows. You know about
nobody
Liberia,
can.
right?
Nobody can.
Don't say nobody can. What you
Sorry,
say?
certain cultures
Sometimes you
can't.
can.
My name's Tim Pool. I know all about Liberia. I'm just not going to go into it in any detail.
Cultures can't. My argument would be not all the liberal democracies have to look the same. When I say liberal democracy, I don't mean superheroes that are gay. What I mean is free speech.
Okay. Counterpoint. America does need more gay superheroes. Look, yeah, I'm just calling it like I sees it. All right. I want gay man. Yeah. Where's just gay man, the quintessential homosexual superhero? You know, where can we find? Like, it just seems like if liberal democracy meant gay superheroes, we'd see a lot more, Deadpool and Wolverine hand-holding, okay?
Due process, strong institutions and balance of
your
power.
argument about free speech, like
Joke's on you, Jack. All superheroes are pretty gay. That's true. That was America's ass.
there's a lot of societies that totally reject free speech out of hand.
Yeah, and they're wrong.
Well, I mean, so they're
be
wrong.
brought to
But
heel.
the point that I'm making is those societies choose to be that way. They choose to not be liberal democracy.
Well, they shouldn't have the choice.
And we can't make other societies have our values.
No, I think we can.
I mean, okay, so the argument that he's putting forward here is like, those societies choose to be authoritarian. And I just want to really point out here, no society chooses to be authoritarian. Like, just full stop. Like, if a society is authoritarian, it's because a military leader took it over. Like, no one, you don't get to, like, elect an authoritarian who is then, like, in power forever, and then they don't have another election. It's just whoever the previous leader appointed, or whoever came out of their wife's womb, or whatever. Like, they aren't getting to choose this because the power structure you are putting forward here is not conducive for that kind of choice. Unless you are defining choosing it so widely as not having a violent revolution to overthrow that form of government. It's genuinely... I'm losing it, bro.
Convince them to have.
I want to grab this. I want to get to
I
this
don't.
next story, which is actually relevant to the conversation. I want to say one last thing on this, in that I think there's a realignment that's going to happen. The progressives that lost in Illinois lost largely to AIPAC-backed candidates.
Oh, but Agramuglia, it's stupider than that. They're not criticizing authoritarian leaders. They're saying that we should be authoritarian. That authoritarianism is the natural state of most of humanity, if not all of humanity. Tim Pool opened this by asking whether or not America should be a military dictatorship.
Which many people consider to be a shift. Plus, we're seeing the media purchases by pro-Israel, pro-Zionist individuals. I tweeted this earlier. I think that we're going to see a political realignment where one party becomes interventionist and one party becomes anti-interventionist. I'm not entirely sure if the
That is, I mean, typically in any kind of intervention, it does boil down to those two choices. Good, nailed it, Tim.
Democrats will be the anti or pro-interventionist, considering they're very critical of Trump right now, but it is shifting. And with
Democrats will be the anti or pro-interventionist. God, it's incredible. It's genuinely incredible how this guy has mastered the art of saying nothing at all as verbosely as possible.
AIPAC backing these candidates, Democrats may actually end up in the we should go into these countries, and then with Tucker, Candace, and Meghan being loud right-wing voices, the Republican may become staunchly anti-intervention, which shifts the dynamic from
Oh, you mean the dynamic that Republicans claimed to have, like, literally like a handful of months ago, when they were praising Donald Trump as like the pro-peace candidate, the anti-war candidate, the anti-intervention candidate, and that all just went out the window the second he decided to be interventionist. Like, y'all don't have consistent ideas or ideology when it comes to this. Like, this is stupid as hell, and Tim knows he's not saying anything of merit or substance.
woke versus anti-woke into war and pro-war, which is exactly what we were seeing with Obama versus McCain after the Bush era, where Obama played the I'm against the war, and McCain was like, well, sometimes you need it. So again, I think the point you're making about why we I'm not saying we should have, may have needed to stay in Afghanistan is a point made by many neoliberals, more moderate Democrats about nation building. But let's jump to the story real
This is really
quick.
important. That sometimes you need to do evil to create order in life, and sometimes you need to create chaos.
Fuck. This guy always throws a brain grenade into any conversation that's happening. Just blows up the entire scene.
To produce good, because totalitarian systems that have too much. So this is an instance of going into Venezuela, of doing something predominantly evil to create order in the realm.
Okay, we're going to jump.
You just have to always have that debate.
We're going to jump to the story. We got this from the New York Post. U.S. territory turned tropical maternity ward has produced thousands of American babies for parents living in China. Amazing. The common.
I think this has to be where I stop. We'll pick up tomorrow with like this particular conversation here about the maternity ward issue. Birthright citizenship is what he wants to attack next, pretty obviously. And so he's just trying to cosplay Leto the Second. Yeah, so as you can see, this is an absolute train wreck of a conversation, and I do want y'all to know that this is gonna probably get worse. Like, this is going to get stupid as hell, in even more diverse ways, I'm sure. All right. But I need to go to bed because I'm going to be on the Transatlantic Call-In show tomorrow. 2 Spectral Wolves, I do apologize. I see you redeemed fur babies. I will refund that because I can't do that right now. But I do want you to know I see it, and I want to make sure that you get that at some point. Just can't be right now. Let me see here. Gotta click this. Gotta click that. Okay, there we go. But folks, what a fun What a fun time. I hope it lived up to all of your expectations for it being stupid, breathtaking in its ups and downs, totally and completely racist beyond all reason, bigoted beyond belief. I hope you have joined me on this journey of examination into the depths of the conservative soul, and found the fact that it's just incoherent gibberish by and large, fueled by bigotry. And delicious insanity, indeed. Folks, if you got anything out of tonight's show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button. We will continue this maybe tomorrow or the day after that. Unsure. I'm going to be on the Transatlantic Call-In show later today, 2 p.m. Central Time. Do tune in. We got the link here if you want to go to the tab. We're gonna have call-ins, debate trans issues, talk about trans topics. Please do consider showing up. And all that being said, folks, organize, and consider supporting the show. Like, comment, subscribe. Consider dropping those subs and donos because you guys make the show possible. And that being said, I'm gonna hit the old sleepy trail. Night, folks. Bye. Do 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 do.
Go fuck yourself. You bloody racist, sexist, Republican. Oopsie. I did everything right and they indicted me. What ass you were? I'm not built to suck your dick. Tell your dick. Racist, sexist, Republican. Oopsie. I did everything right and they indicted me. What ass you were? I'm not built to suck your dick. Tell your dick. Augers, do it. Wait. Yeah. Augers, understand. Do it. Go home to mommy.
Dude, that was so funny when she said there's a global conspiracy to promote homosexual degeneracy.